All right. Good morning, everyone. It's 7:02 Central Time, 8:02 Eastern Time. Welcome to the second day of the Aocoo Head and Neck Surgery Virtual Mid-Year Symposium. My name is Greg Caesar. I'm going to be kicking off the session today in marketing. But before we get started, I wanted to go ahead and walk through today's sessions to help you stage your day. We're going to start off with a session that looks at marketing in the modern or the digital era. I'm going to do that, and then we'll transition into an outstanding panel discussion with some industry leaders. One of the larger hospital health systems business development experts will be with us, talking about providing perspective from the physician recruitment side. We will have one of the fastest growing MSOs in the nation, the chairman and the co-founder of that will be joining us on that panel. And then one of the transitional partners with Physicians Growth Partners will be on, the managing partner of that will be on in that panel discussion, addressing some of the changing dynamics that are going on in healthcare right now. We transition away from that to a true expert. I don't want to oversell him, but Scott Shang, who is an AI guru, will be introducing some different AI concepts, how it's adjacent to healthcare, and then giving you some tips and tricks and allowing you to ask for real feedback, real scenarios, and he'll walk through it with you in a live demonstration of some of AI's capabilities. And then finally, we'll finish the day. If we haven't given you enough business of healthcare information, we're going to finish the day for those of you who are thinking about adding advanced practice providers into your group. Maybe you already have some and you're looking at adding more. Maybe you haven't added any, or maybe you have more and you're looking at adding even more. But we'll have Dr. Nora Perkins from the Northeast and Albany ENT on to share her experience and how her and her group manages and grows with APPs. So without further ado, I see that we've got now a good number of folks in the session. Let's go ahead and jump into marketing. And so, as I said earlier, my name is Greg Caesar. I'm here to talk with you this morning about the idea of moving from foundation all the way to peak so that your practice can not only be found, but compete and win in the digital era. Today, we're going to cover some of the different marketing pressures that are facing the market space where you're participating, as well as healthcare in general. We'll talk a little bit about consistency and why branding in the modern era is so important to have a consistent brand presence if you're wanting to build a presence in the marketing era in the modern era. Finally, we're going to do a tactical review of your digital footprint. So there'll be some hands-on learning here where you'll be able to kind of dig in and look under the hood of how you show up in the digital realm in your space. And then finally, provide some specific and strategic guidance on marketing and how much you should be looking at an investment in marketing in order to maintain relevance. It's a perfect time to be doing this, given that we're early September. Many of you are probably looking at your 2026 budgets, and I'll give you some parameters for what maybe marketing should look like in your budget for next year. As I said earlier, my name is Greg Caesar. I have a master's in business, but more importantly, I am a certified otolaryngology practice manager on the corporate side. It's a certification which requires rigorous training and an assessment, and it explains a little bit different perspective on what it takes to run and operate a successful otolaryngology practice. I have some disclosures. In the past 24 months, I have worked with Stryker, I have worked with Aaron Medical, I have worked with Excel ENT Medical. So let's transition to the discussion around challenges in the market. And as I introduce this, let me make a request. If you look at the top, you'll see Q&A on your bar. If you will do Q&A questions, myself and Mackenzie will be able to see them, and that's the way that we can interact during this session. So I'll keep an eye on the questions. If you'll use the Q&A form, if somebody wants to just ping one in there so that we can see that the Q&A board is live, I would appreciate that quite a lot. But let me begin with some of the challenges that ENT and ophthalmology is facing. And I'll refer to an assessment, a workforce survey that was done in 2023 by the American Academy of Otolaryngology. They do this survey every few years. They've not yet published their findings from the 2025 survey, but essentially the top 4 items were things that are probably challenging you and your colleagues. rising costs of supplies and operations and facilities and employees, reimbursement challenges, the burden of insurance and the administration of insurance and the contracting associated with insurance. In addition to that, staffing. Many private practices are faced with significant staffing challenges, especially in the modern era where the person who answers the phone or sits at the front desk to greet your patients matters more now than ever. The one that was not on the ENT, the American Academy of Otolaryngology's assessment that I added was the corporatization of healthcare. And what I mean when I say the corporatization of healthcare, I mean the entrance of new corporate entities, be it hospitals, private equity, MSOs, into your market. In addition to those obvious ones, hospitals, MSOs, private equity, that are coming in and playing kind of just in the healthcare, ENT, ophthalmology space, I also add into that the pressure that is being felt by otolaryngology and ophthalmology clinics from urgent care centers. Did you know? It looks like we have a different screen here. So can everyone see and hear me? If somebody will ping into chat that they can see and hear me, that would make me feel a lot better about the way things are going right now. And I'll look to see if anybody comes up in chat, and if not, we'll be fine, and we'll keep running right along. Awesome. So the corporatization of healthcare, as I was saying, urgent care centers are pressuring many private practices and even institutional centers because of their presence and specifically their growth. Did you know that over the past 8 years, urgent care centers have increased by 100%? As a matter of fact, in 2018, there were about 7,400 urgent care centers in the United States. Today, as of 2023, which is the most recent reporting, today there are over 14,000. So we've nearly doubled the number of urgent care centers that are out there. And those centers happen to see a lot of what the physicians who are on this call treat. In fact, somewhere between 40, and I saw this past week in a discussion, 70% of the things that walk in, the patients that walk into an urgent care center, are ailments that can be addressed by an otolaryngologist or an ophthalmologist. 70%. And the urgent care centers have doubled in number. So the corporatization of healthcare is not only big business coming in and playing in obvious ways, but the impact of urgent care centers in your community and in the new patients that walk into your clinic. And the assumption is that most of these patients would eventually matriculate into your specialty center. But the reality is many of the patients that are in the optho or the oto realm are showing up multiple times and for multiple years, receiving medications or treatments that aren't really getting to the root cause, but merely masking the symptoms. And so that's an important challenge that is facing otolaryngology practices and ophthalmology practices in the modern era. If anyone sees any challenges that are out there that I've not raised during this discussion, please use the meeting chat or the Q&A section to share something that maybe has been overlooked. All right, so I've got everything just right, which is great. I don't think that's true, but I wait and hope that we'll have some interaction. It is getting things started this morning, but let's continue down this journey around marketing. So it's good to begin a marketing plan with a problem we're trying to solve. The problem that we're trying to solve generated about 18 months ago. This particular ENT group, which we'll call Practice A ENT group, has about 4 physicians, not about, it has 4 physicians. 2 of them are their senior partners. They joined the group about 20 years ago, and they purchased the practice from a physician who eventually retired about 7 years ago. After their senior partner retired, they brought on a new physician who is a junior partner, and he's been with the practice about 10 years. They recently acquired a 4th physician who is been on about 5 years. And about 5 years ago, they also added some nurse practitioners to increase accessibility for the clinic. However, about 18 months ago, this group of leaders sat in a room and they felt that their practice and new patients in particular were slipping. If anybody in the chat or in the audience wants to ask a question about, or maybe wants to answer a question, the question I would say is, what do you think maybe they were most worried about that was happening in 2023 that might have affected an ENT practice that also had an audiologist? If you guessed, if you guessed that they were worried about over-the-counter hearing aids, you're right. That's where this concern started, but it expanded through this discussion that they wanted to see more ideal patients, not just more patients, but more ideal patients. Those were patients who had sinusitis issues, and they correlated that with rhinology because one of the partners was a rhinologist as well. They also wanted to see allergy, not only because they had a robust allergy practice, but there were other allergists that had opened up in the recent past that were starting to kind of flatline their allergy growth. And so they wanted to make sure that they got allergy patients in both to feed their allergy practice, but also they knew that there's a high level of correlation between sinusitis and allergy, and that those two engines can feed each other. In addition to allergy and sinusitis, they had recently started using a novel technology to treat nasal congestion and rhinitis. And they wanted to expand that leg of the stool, so they wanted to be intentional about nasal congestion patients. And then finally, as I said, the reason where all of this began was their fear around hearing aids and over-the-counter disbursement of hearing aids. So the goal was not only to bring in these patients, but to increase visibility because of the corporatization of healthcare and potentially because of the urgent care centers playing a big role in primary care. They felt like their referrals had slowed. A hospital had recently brought on an otolaryngology line around 18 months ago. This was probably about 24 months ago. And these otolaryngology referrals had stopped, that had been a kind of a, not the lifeblood, but an important piece, had started to turn away. And they wanted to see if they could chip away and grow that back. And then finally, the piece that they were interested in is making sure that top line and bottom line growth were in line. Now, I should also say that these practices, both practice A and practice B, are real practices and real conversations that I've had through my work as a private consultant. I work with practices from Connecticut all the way to California to help them connect, educate, and convert with patients that they want to treat. So these are real practices, but we've changed the names to protect the innocent. Practice B sat in a similar room at about the same time with the same trigger: worry about their audiology practice being negatively impacted because of the recent transition from prescription to over-the-counter disbursement of hearing aids, dispensing of hearing aids. They had similar objectives. They wanted sinus and allergy patients. They wanted nasal congestion patients because they too had found this interesting novel treatment. It was a different device, but a treatment for patients with nasal congestion. And they were worried because they had already started to see the local big box store negatively impact their audiology practice. This group was a little bit different in the way that it was designed. It had one senior partner that was about 25 years in, two junior partners, each at about 10 years, and a brand new physician they had just brought on. They also had a PA and a nurse practitioner that together had been with the group about 7 years, and an audiology department. So does this sound familiar walking into one of these quarterly business reviews? Let me push pause and ask how often your clinic, and if we can use the chat just to make sure it's working, someone in the audience, if you could use the chat to let me know the answer to this question. Does your clinic do quarterly or monthly check-ins? And I'm not seeing anything in the chat, so I'm not 100% that it is working. Other than from Stacy, who I know, and Ralph, Ralph, who's also McKinsey. But if someone in the audience out there could use the chat or use Q&A to let us know that it is working, because I am not seeing it on my side, McKinsey. I just want to make sure that if people are answering this, that we're giving them a voice in this discussion. Don't see anyone, and I don't want to steal the interactive component from this. So let's see if we can get that solved a little bit. Anybody? All right. I am not seeing it. If you guys will, I'll continue then. Mackenzie, if you'll shoot me a message just to let me know that chat is in fact working or messaging is in fact working, and maybe I'm just not seeing it, that would be outstanding. I will then go on and say this quick pulse check. So many clinics that I talk with have these quarterly business reviews, and in those quarterly business reviews, they bring in leadership. And I guess the question for this audience, if we were able to interact together, would be, are there individuals that you make certain are in those meetings, or individuals that maybe you've had in those meetings that have not been beneficial? And if you're doing those meetings, are you doing them monthly? Are you doing them weekly? Are you doing them quarterly? And having talked with literally hundreds of practice managers from across the United States, I would say that the most common all business meeting is every quarter at the very least. Many of them were having them monthly. The weekly conversations are more appropriate for just regular check-ins, but big organizational meetings with top level leadership is happening at probably the most common level at the quarterly rate, and oftentimes in the middle. So that is great. I just got a message from Mackenzie. It is working. I'm just not able to see it. So Mackenzie, will you ping into the meeting chat any question or comment just to make sure that I am following along with what the audience is responding? So thank you, audience, for engaging in the Q&A. I just don't have visibility on my side. But that's okay. We'll keep powering through. So let's talk about walking out of this meeting. Practice A walked out of the meeting with objectives. They wanted to find sinus patients, allergy patients, rhinology patients, patients who had nasal congestion, and audiology patients. And they said, if we're going to go and find these patients, let's take a moment to understand how we show up and how we want to show up. Let's be intentional. So they spent time unpacking what language they would be using, both in the front office and the back office with patients. So the way that they show up online and the way that they engage with patients, either over the phone or in person, is consistent. Not only is it what words we're saying, but how we show up. And when we talk about branding and when we talk about consistency, it's more than just everybody having matching scrubs. If you could raise your hand if your practice has matching scrubs. So many practices do that, but then they stop there on branding. They don't take it to the next level. With branding is more than just everybody having matching scrubs. It's visually, are you representing in a cohesive way? Does the website look like the practice, and does the practice look like the patient, that look like the providers, and do the providers and the practice look like, there we go. I've got one response that it's an ophthalmologist who does quarterly meetings. That's great. You're falling right there in the middle. And does the practice show up not only in a visual way, but also the tone that you're presenting? Is it reflective of the actual experience that a practitioner, that a patient will feel when they walk into your practice? They also took this time, after aligning around the language and the visual and the tone, they took time to say, we are committed to this patient promise. And it wasn't one of those fluffy mission, value, vision exercises that happened and had no teeth and that people put it in their drawer and never looked at it again. This became central to the way they operated their business. The patient promise that they all aligned on was to deliver exceptional care to patients in need. And they looked at the work that they did, every single task being tied back to that patient promise. They not only made that commitment at that point, but they affirmed that commitment at their weekly check-ins, at their small staff meetings, and it became central to the way that they represented themselves. During this exercise of aligning on practice identity and committing to this patient promise, they identified some areas, 3, that were really critical areas for patient experience that could be improved. Number 1, it was the visit intake forms. The new patient experience was miserable, and they looked intently at ways that they could make it better. Patients were sitting in the clinic for 15, sometimes 20, 25 minutes trying to get through these mountains of paper before they got back to see a provider. And that created some frustration. So they looked at ways to automate and improve that so that it aligned with their commitment to that patient experience. They also had heard through reviews that follow-ups were inconsistent, meaning some patients got them, some patients didn't, and some patients got them, but it left more questions than answers. And so they committed at that point to clean up follow-ups. And then finally, similar to follow-ups, medical records requests were an additional pain point for patients. Patients who needed their records really struggled to go through the right steps and then have the practice actually send their records as requested. So those were three areas they identified before going anywhere else that they needed to fix to align with this patient promise. And then they established some benchmarks so they could see the progress they were making in those three areas: intake, follow-ups, and medical records. Well, Practice B took a little bit of a different route. They left that room like a bullet shot out of a gun and said, let's go organize a flyer that we can take to every referral. And we'll do that every Thursday. Let's have staff go ahead and create and boost social media videos. So they got a social media account, they've got staff and an excited staffer up front that's really good at social. And so she coordinates some different engaging videos. She does some question and answers with the different staff members. They do some dances, and you see where that goes. They jumped on the social media chain full force. They also contacted a marketing agency because they thought, well, organic's not going to do it alone. Let's go out and pay to do some Google search, which they started. And then they finally, because this is what physicians sometimes do, they went out and bought a new URL because the doctor thought that practicebent.com wasn't broad enough. They went out and brought practicebsinuscenter.com, and they went out and bought the sinus center of practiceb.com so that they could show up more broadly. Does this sound familiar? So checking in as they continue to make progress, they wanted to understand, Practice A did, how they showed up online before they did anything. And through this exercise, what they realized is nobody had really touched their website. And this is again in 2023. Nobody had touched their website really in a material way since they built it in 2017. So they wanted to improve the website, freshen it up a little bit. While all the information maybe hadn't changed, the way that we as market consumers look at websites has changed. And let me be the first to say a word of caution. You don't need a $50,000 website in order to compete in the modern era in healthcare, in ophthalmology or otolaryngology. But kind of like the front door, it does need to be painted, and it does need to look like the practice that you are representing behind your doors. The second piece that they identified is that their Google business profile was really lacking, not only in accuracy, but in the reviews that were there. They had a 3.2-star rating, and they only had 26 reviews. So they wanted to begin immediately building a review strategy and implementing that strategy to help simplify and automate review collection. Now, let me say about reviews, it's how many in the chat, if you can say, well, we'll get there in just a second. How many of you know your Google business reviews? And before everybody picks up their phone and looks at it, just know that I'm going to give you a minute to do that in just a second. But how many of you can honestly answer that you've looked at more than just the negative Google business reviews in the past month? This practice had not. And because of their lack of attention, guess who showed up more often? It was the negative reviews. And people leave reviews in the modern era for two reasons. Number one, because they're upset. And number two, because they're prompted. So Practice A ENT implemented an automated and a personal review strategy. The personal review strategy meant every member of the clinic expressed to the patient why it was important that they provide feedback on their visit. Again, the commitment to the patient promise helped these providers and their staff remember that our goal ultimately is to provide exceptional care to patients. And when we do that, we want our patients to tell others about it. They had never done this and never done it in an intentional way. And they supported this with a program that helped automate review requests without being overbearing. So the patient heard from the staff member, heard from the provider, and then received a text message and or an email requesting them to leave a review and provide feedback to the greater community. This really, really was a fundamental step that improved their Google business review and their Google business program, their Google business relevance. They also had identified that both their website and their digital listings needed that deep scrub and a deep scrub and a deep review. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the questions there. A deep scrub and a deep review because they found that some of their digital listings weren't even accurate. old phone numbers, the wrong address, and they needed to employ a service. And these are low cost services to line up. Not, well, the website was a little bit bigger undertaking, but the listings, digital listing service, making sure that you show up accurately everywhere online that patients could search is a very low cost solution. And they did that and the automated review service. They then invested in search engine optimization for the website. Search engine optimization they knew was a long play, but they were in this for the long haul. So they went ahead and cleaned up the website, got all of their digital listings accurate, and then did the fundamental ongoing back end work on the website to make sure that they showed up for organic. Practice B continued down a different path. When you look at what they did with the first flyer exercise, they said this was great. You know, we heard a lot of positive things. They're not sure that they saw a lot of positive patients, but they heard a lot of great things when they went around and dropped off their flyers. So they made another one. The first one talked about sinus. This one was talking about sleep, which is interesting because one of the four topics that they, or four types of patients they identified in their meeting about 18 months ago, one of those was not sleep. But they thought it was important to talk about sleep, so they printed a sleep flyer and they carried it out to them, to the audience. The staff then started asking their patients, because they had those social media pages, to at them in their social posts for their new Instagram page. They wanted to build their followership on Instagram. They invested in a 90-day radio blitz. Remember, they contacted that marketing agency. The marketing agency said, let's do a radio blitz. The radio blitz was a general ENT blitz. It did not specifically dismiss any particular types of ailments, but it also did not talk specifically about sinus allergy, nasal congestion, nor their audiology care. It was a general ENT radio blitz. They then bought a booth because the person who provided them the radio ad also offered the option to be at a health fair. They had a health fair coming up in about a month, and they had both doctors, the senior partners, go and attend a health fair on a Saturday and a Sunday. And they measured the success because they are physicians and they're wanting to be intentional about what they're doing. They decided to measure their success by adding a page to their intake process that said, how did you hear about us? And they put radio right at the top. Practice A had a little bit of an ace in the hole, and that they recognized, and Practice B did not, that almost every patient in the modern era goes first to your online reviews before scheduling an appointment. They recognized that a 3-something review score was beneath where some of their competitors were, and it may encourage patients to look elsewhere. So they focused intentionally and intently on getting their reviews up before they wanted to go out and spend on expensive marketing. Let's take a moment, and I'm going to need Mackenzie's help in the chat here. Can you look at your Google review or your Google business profile? And the way you get there, for those of you watching at home, is you go to your Google search or your Chrome search, and you type in your practice name. When you type in not your website, but your practice name, and it should pull up your Google business review, and you'll see stars. You'll see stars and you'll see a number next to it. If anyone is also looking, you can click on it and then you can go in and type the button that says reviews and then switch it to newest. And if you look, you'll see that you had a review potentially a day ago, potentially a week ago, or a month ago. And if you look at your positive reviews, so highest score, when was the most recent positive review? And if anyone wants to use the chat after you've identified that, please let me know. Being a bit vulnerable this morning. In addition to when your last positive review is, while those of you who are typing it in, I'm going to ask you, did you or somebody in your practice respond to the positive review? And then I'm going to explain why that's important. Google values your practice as much, if not more, and how you show up online in reviews from an authenticity perspective. Google wants authentic reviews, and they want to drive engagement between the reviewer and the reviewee, the person who left the review. So they want you to be monitoring this, not just to see who is leaving good reviews, but they want you to be engaging with the audience in a positive way, not only on the negative reviews. It's important that you engage on both negative and positive. That throws signs, or should demonstrates signs to Google that you are engaged and you're watching your Google business performance. And you knew this was coming, but I'm curious, what about your last negative review? Have you seen it? Did you know it was out there? Did you respond? Did you respond in a way that was HIPAA compliant? In the modern era, I've written actually a short ebook about how to respond to patients' negative reviews online. And one of the best ways you can do is making sure that you're HIPAA compliant and just responding to show the greater audience. Because when people go to your Google business profile, like we said, 84% of them do, when people go to your Google business profile, they are looking to see, number one, not just do you have 5 stars, most patients are going to go and look at your negative reviews. And if it's all the same negative experience, they're going to assume that's the real representation of your practice. However, if there are negative experiences and responses from the practice that say, we appreciate you sharing this information, please reach out to us to discuss further, where you don't acknowledge the patient as an actual patient, where you don't delve into the patient's protected health information, but you think that this was an issue that you experienced with our business, and please reach out to us so that we can work toward resolution. Patients who are looking at your online reviews will appreciate that. And more importantly, Google will, and it'll increase your authority score, which makes Google more likely to serve you to a potential patient who's looking. That's really the goal, is to build enough relevance that you can now trump others in your market when patients are looking for an ENT or an ophthalmologist nearby. The final thing I would say is that patients are looking for the review, they're also looking for the response. And if you're not responding to both positive and negative reviews, you need to build a workflow and have someone in your practice do the intentional responses to your Google reviews. I would say Google is number one. There are 1,000 different review sites out there, Health Grades Vitals, Yelp, etc. But Google's the one. If you were going to be pouring energy into one, Google is where you need that energy to be focused. I would also say that in that review, the negative reviews probably stick out more than any. As a matter of fact, if I were to ask these questions differently and I would have said, tell me about your last negative review, without even looking, most of you would probably be able to say, yeah, it was this one. And you'd list the patient, you'd list the experience. You may not list the patient, but you'd list the experience, you'd list why it was wrong and it was unfair and you couldn't do anything about it. And that is never going to go away. You can contest those on Google, but it's very unlikely that Google pulls them down. But what I would tell you is patients have the opportunity to want to share a voice, right? They want to share that they had a negative experience. And while most of you on this call this morning will look at it as, man, that was really, really terrible. I can't believe that patient told me online in public how terrible this experience with our business was. I would actually offer a counterpoint and encourage you to try to shift your memory. Shift the way that you think about those negative reviews. They're actually opportunities to improve. And so the question I often ask practice managers or physicians when I'm consulting with them is, would you rather this patient have a terrible experience with your practice and not be able to tell you about it? At least now you know, and now that you know, you can do something about it. Practice manager should then reach out to the patient directly over the phone and say, I saw that this review happened. Can you explain what the situation was a little bit more deeply? Because now we want to understand root cause analysis, and then we can remediate or improve the experience for patients going forward. Without that negative review feedback experience, you just have no idea, and they just walk around in the community and tell everyone how bad their experience is, and you oftentimes don't get the opportunity to try and improve it. So negative reviews do stick out more than positive. Negative reviews are opportunities for your practice. If you've got a patient promise that's built around your brand, gives your practice manager or you even an opportunity to reach out to the patient, understand what really happened. And then some practices have success after the conversation with the patient happens in asking the patient to go and resubmit their review and change their review. If patients understand how important it is and patients see you working to improve it, they'll oftentimes make amends on the review. If they don't, that's okay. You've already responded publicly, but at least you've tried to resolve the situation that your patient had. And you're right, negative reviews do stick out more than positive reviews. But keep in mind, with regard to reviews, patients leave reviews for two reasons, one of which you can control. You can control if they're prompted. You cannot control if they're upset. Continuing the climb, practice A at this point, remember they had worked on their Google business reviews. They had been intentional about a revision to their website, invested in the long play of search engine optimization. They now created a Facebook and an Instagram page because they felt that they were ready. They built a sustainable schedule for posting online. They had a partner that was going to do 1 to 2 posts a month just to show relevance and humanize their brand. The posts that were going to be made were disease state specific. Disease state specific means for the 4 areas that they wanted to see an increase in. I often say with practices I'm consulting with, if you have $1 to market, you should market that dollar, invest that marketing dollar in the patient you want to see. In the ENT space, let's say it's dizzy patients or ears. Those patients will find you. If you don't want to see more dizzy or earwax patients, you should not be actively marketing to those patients. You should be marketing to the patients you want to see. And in Practice A's case, it was allergy sinus patients, it was patients with hearing loss, and it was patients with nasal congestion. After they built these posting schedule, they also correlated some blogs that were locally focused blogs. They aligned on issues that were core to their audience: seasonal allergies, stuffy nose, runny nose. Are you having trouble hearing in groups? Do you not often go to dinner because you have trouble understanding dinner table conversations in a busy restaurant? Those were the type of blog articles that they were writing. And they often started those blogs with a question because patients were searching with questions, and a well-written blog strategy often correlates with a question-based blog. Not every blog has to be the start of a question, but some do in order to build your local relevance. I would also tell you, if you're a writer and you love to write the blogs, you should also, like Practice A did, explore blog services as a part of your search engine optimization strategy. It really extends your audience, builds authority, and in the modern era where AI overviews or artificial responses are central, well-written blogs will help you elevate through some of the localized searches. And then finally, Practice A had decided they explored, but they didn't buy a marketing campaign. They weren't ready. They felt like their practice still needed a little bit of growth. Quite the contrary at Practice B, ENT. They bought a full page ad in a local lifestyle magazine. As a matter of fact, one of the partners, the senior partner's wives, had a friend and they were at lunch and they said, it is excellent to advertise in this local lifestyle magazine. And so they got a full page ad with a big picture of each of the providers in a lifestyle magazine. They then continued this practice development Thursdays, and that was where they were going out to different clinics and dropping off pamphlets, except now they were taking physicians with them. So the physician that was off on Thursday every single week, they were taking a different physician to some local practices and doing lunch and learns. They invested in a guaranteed patient activation strategy. This guaranteed patient activation campaign was something that one of the providers found online, and it was guaranteed to find 30 patients in 30 days or you get your money back. They weren't sure how they were going to measure it, but they knew they wanted to be out there on Instagram. And then finally, because the doctors had built out those 2 additional websites, the URLs they got, they found it important to begin a podcast. And as you can see, Practice B was really, really investing in different tactics throughout this process, while Practice A was a little bit more intentional and steady. And then the staffing crunch happened. And this may be something that's familiar to some of you in the call, but Practice A had quite the experience. They got a call from the woman who had run the front desk, and she had been with the practice for over 10 years. She was very experienced and knew a lot about the practice, but because of the patient promise and intentional cross-training that had happened in that practice as they were building their brand, the front desk, while they did certainly feel when she decided to take a job closer to home, I should also step back and say that Michelle was the woman at the front desk's name. Michelle had been with the practice for a long time. When she started, her drive to and from work was about 20 minutes each way. Because of growth in their community, that commute had grown to about, well, depending on the day, between 35 and 45 minutes each way. And Michelle was offered a position at a practice that was within 10 minutes of her house. So it made sense to everyone. They were excited for her to get almost an hour a day back for her life, but they knew they were going to struggle up front. That same week, one of the mid-level providers came in to let the practice manager know that he was ill and would be needing to take some personal leave time for about 4 months to recover from an ailment. So they were definitely feeling the crunch. What they did was they continued to invest in their brand. They even went ahead and started a digital advertising campaign. And some of you on this call may be going, why? And maybe asking, why in the world would you start a digital advertising campaign in the middle of a staffing crunch? And the reality is that these digital media campaigns can take time to build. And the practice leadership knew that in 30 days they'd be through the staffing crunch, at least in the front desk, if even then, and that they would work really hard while their partner was away on medical leave to get those patients through. They even introduced a new message into their language, and the message was that we're working really hard. We all align around this practice promise, but we're working really hard. We have 2 members of our team down, and we will do everything to accommodate you, but we appreciate a little bit of patience during this season. And the patients responded because they could feel the commitment and the passion in all of their partners. And the patient experience actually increased during this time when many practices would have fallen short. Well, the staffing crunch didn't just happen at practice A. Believe it or not, a very similar situation happened at practice B, except this time it was the woman who left with about 3 days notice, who was their previous social media expert. So as you can imagine, that person also did some administrative work. As you can imagine, their social media stopped immediately because so did the creator. They also had a provider that decided to get married, which was great, and they wanted to celebrate it, but then also take a month-long honeymoon. And this created quite the scramble. Morale was at a low point. It even dipped lower because now they were having more calls, more work, and nobody really felt excited about going to work in the day. So they decided, we don't need more patients. We don't need more phone calls. We need to weather this storm. Let's stop all marketing. They had obviously disappeared from socials, and it really hurt their business. And this is where we reveal the different approaches. Harborview ENT was actually Practice B ENT. Again, I said I've protected the innocent here. This is not the actual brand or logo of the practice. But what I can tell you is the staff was very fatigued because they had been doing these different tactics, the radio campaign, the development Thursdays. They had been printing these flyers and taking them out to practices in their spare time. And what I would tell you is that while all of these tactics that they did were not bad in a vacuum, they just didn't demonstrate intentionality or consistency in the way that they showed up for their patients. Then they moved from this guaranteed campaign into their 4th marketing vendor. So they came out of this, but they decided to go and find another marketing vendor because they were still chasing that silver bullet, that one thing that we're doing with marketing that is going to change the world. And then because of the patient experience that decreased during the staffing crunch, they saw a 3.4-star rating on Google Business Profile, and the negative reviews were beginning to outweigh the positive reviews. They used what we would call either a very tactical approach or a Band-Aid approach, trying to find patients in just one way without things being interconnected. I would also say that Summit was brand led. They established at the very beginning clarity around who they were, how they showed up, the language, the visual, and the tone that they represented in their practice. That helped sustain them. And that also meant that patient promise was central. They used that to cross train, and that became sustaining through that turbulent period. They had stable growth. Again, when they started, they were below 3.5 in their Google business reviews, and now they're consistently above 4 stars and moving closer to 5-star reviews. This Google Business Review is growing and improving every single month. They're now seeing referrals from some of those clinics that were assumed to be corporate affiliated start to turn. And it's turning because of a positive presence in the market. Patients are sharing with providers and other friends and family that they had a good experience at Summit ENT and that they were cared for, they felt heard, and they were glad that they had taken the time to actually go and visit this clinic. It was easy to get in. It was easy to be seen, and the community familiarity was increasing. And as I said earlier, Summit had a little bit of an ace up their sleeve. It continued because they were following what I call the practice development pyramid. They recognized that their brand was not extra work, that it was actually the work that mattered the most. And they invested intentionally and very heavily in building their brand, building alignment within their practice before ever thinking about expanding externally to the greater community. And then many practices don't focus on brand and then they go immediately to very expensive paid media tactics. They didn't. They actually focused on making sure their website and their listings were accurate. So an organic patient would find them. They invested in digital listings. They then began a reputation management strategy. Remember, asking by not only the provider, but other members of the staff, and not only the person who checks patients out, but then supplementing that with an automated text or email review request to build their online organic value. They then built a social media campaign and started organically filtering information in before doing some of the more expensive paid tactics. But they had a solid foundation before they started to run. And speaking about branding, if your website disappeared today, how would your audience recognize your brand? Well, I think I know how they might recognize your brand. They would go online and it would be in Google Business Profile, because your Google Business Profile, while you can close clinics, your Google Business Profile and your reviews are rather long lasting. And that's important and it's intentional because Google doesn't want you to open a business, have bad reviews, close the business, open a new one right next to it, get good reviews, right? They want to represent authentically your practice in the global community. So I'll walk you through this experience. And later today, you're going to hear from Dr. Nora Perkins, who is an ENT that practices in Albany, New York. I will tell you that this is not stuffed. This is not loaded or fake. I typed in ENT doctor near Albany near me, and you see that Dr. Perkins' practice shows up. Dr. Perkins as an individual shows up, and this was, again, organic. But you can see a very large number of reviews and very good ENT review scores. I think in addition to that, let's give you a little bit of tidbits on how you can ensure that your Google Business Review is likely to deliver for Google and for prospective patients. You'll notice that Dr. Perkins's review has pictures on their Google Business Profile of the outside of their building. It also has a picture of the door to their building. This helps patients who are searching for your practice find it. Google knows this and will give you priority treatment or preferential treatment if you have good images on your Google Business Review. You also want to make sure that your address is accurate, that you're listed as an otolaryngology clinic, that your phone number is accurate, that your website is accurate, and that your hours of operation are also accurate. That's where you should be looking at your Google Business Review as a Google business owner, as a business owner, and making sure that it's representing or reflecting your practice in the most accurate way. I would also say that 84% of your patients, I said it earlier, but I'll say it again, almost every patient that walks through your door before they schedule an appointment are going to go online and look at your Google Business Profile. Almost every single patient is going to go, and we're beginning to eclipse. We're seeing the data move a little bit here. We're beginning to eclipse where patients will value a Google Business Profile review more than a personal referral. They're very close right now, but we're experiencing patients trusting what Google shows more than anything else, almost more than a personal referral. So if you're not focusing on this, then you're losing opportunity. And let me talk a little bit about opportunities. So authority is what will help you win in the modern era, making sure that you have clear, medically accurate, patient-friendly information cited will improve your practices, the way that your practice shows up online. Let's talk a little bit about why this practice A, Summit ENT, invested in brand. There's a lot of reasons to invest in brand. The one that jumps off the page to me is that long-term brand investment can double the impact of your media spend, and that taking moments out, jumping in and out of brand building or in and out of media spend can actually have a negative result on your overall practice, resulting in a 2% loss in future revenue for every quarter that you don't advertise. So, case in point, Summit ENT actually spent less and had a better return than Harborview. And Harborview ENT actually spent more and was less correlated, but they jumped in and out of marketing and it hurt their brand overall. If you think about why it's important to have a consistent drumbeat of marketing, Google's come out with what they call the 7-11-4 rule. The shortest attention span of our audience in the modern era directly drives this. So you don't need louder campaigns, you need more consistent campaigns that are out there in the market, in the places that your audience is searching. As a matter of fact, we all have 5G in our pockets, right? And how many of you, number one, how many of you actually sit down and watch a TV show anymore from start to finish that's not on a streaming service? And if you're of that audience that does sit down and watch TV shows, what do you do during the commercials? If you're like the people in my house, you probably pick this up and start scrolling through. Google knows that. And because of that, it requires that patients engage with your practice for 7 hours in 11 different ways and in 4 different locations. And when we're talking about sinus and allergy, because those are disease states that are not as well developed as, say, like a total knee or a lower back pain, you have to spend even more than 7 hours educating and engaging with this audience member before they're ready to hit play and schedule an appointment. So that, my friends, is why it's more important than ever that you engage in consistent and volume and the appropriate volume of advertising. Remember, 84% of patients after they engage with your brand are going to go look at your Google business profile. So make sure you have that cleaned up as well. There is no longer a silver bullet in marketing. It's all about consistency and relevance. Let's talk about what percentage of your budget should be focused on building that brand. Many practices I work with want to go to the activation, the patient activation. Let's spend at the bottom of the funnel. I want to get patients that are looking. And the reality is, in the ophthalmology world and the ENT world, these patients are not out there looking as much as you think they are in Google search. It certainly is a core piece to any well-built marketing strategy, but you should be investing 60% of your marketing dollars in building brand, your marketing time and dollars in building brand. That builds emotional connection, that builds trust. And we're in the game in the modern era, especially in healthcare, of trust-based wins. And you don't do that from only playing at the bottom of the funnel. Patients need to be familiar with your brand. They need to build trust with your brand before they know they need your brand. And you should invest 40% of your marketing budget in patient activation strategies. Those are things like Google paid search. Those are things like direct to patient email campaigns that are driving a conversion or driving a tactic. So as we wrap this up, I'm welcome to take any questions that are out there. But I also want to give you some additional meat. So 60% of your marketing budget should be invested in brand building or brand awareness building, 40% in patient activation. That's great, Greg, but what should we look at investing? Like, what's the actual total dollar amount? And I can tell you there's a lot of different ways that practices try to build this out. If you want, and I like this model because it gives you some simplicity and it gives you some, I think, real teeth behind what you want to do. If you want to maintain your presence and you've been in the market for a long time meaning more than 5 years, you need to be investing 1 to 2% of your top line revenue, not profit, top line revenue in advertising. If you are newer in the market, or you want to grow, you need to be investing somewhere between 3 and 4% of your top line revenue, not profit, top line revenue in paid advertising, paid marketing. And if you're brand new in a community, or you want to dominate, or your market is hyper competitive. There's a ton of ophthalmologists, there's a ton of ENT practitioners in this market. You need to be investing more than 5% of your top line revenue if you want to dominate. Now, one thing I would tell you as a caveat, remember we talked about the corporatization of healthcare earlier in hospitals. Hospitals are investing somewhere between zero point 0.7 and 1.3, 1.4 of their top line revenue in marketing. And that's one of the people that you're competing against, them and urgent care facilities. And if you're not investing 1 to 2%, you're going to see practice relevance erosion. And that's not a fear tactic, it's just the reality. The way that patients are finding you today is different. And we're here to remind you that every practice can be a summit, but building your brand with intentionality is not the top of the mountain. It's actually the trailhead. I invite you to connect with me. I'll put this up on LinkedIn. I write quite often about different challenges that are facing ENT and ophthalmology practices in the modern era, and I'd be happy to have a one-off conversation if you want to understand more about my perspective there. Why don't we take about 3 minutes while we get this next exciting panel queued up, and we'll get going. But thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you to the Academy for bringing me, the college for bringing me to you all today. I hope that it was a pleasant experience. I hope you got some information. If you have any questions before I sign off on the marketing piece, I'd be happy to address those. We've got a few minutes, 2 or 3 minutes before we're going to get going on the next session. And Mackenzie, if you don't see any questions, I will turn off my camera and get ready for the session that follows, which is going to be considering a change, employment, exit, or acquisition. And if everybody just puts their systems on mute, that'd be great. Seeing no questions, we'll see you guys in just 2 minutes. All right, everybody. It is my pleasure. I'll ask Matt Gannam, John Tiedemann, and Christy Martin to join us. We've got an exceptional panel discussion here. And again, my name is Greg Caesar. I'll be moderating this discussion this morning. I would just want to let you all know that we know that the landscape for your physician's practice and practice ownership is changing. From the rise of private equities to MSOs entering the space to hospitals and the constraints associated or the opportunities associated with hospital employment, many ophthalmologists and ENT surgeons are excited about exploring those opportunities. And what we've built today for you all is a panel discussion with some thought leaders in this space. I've got on the screen right now your emails, Christy, Matt, and John. I'm also going to give you guys a quick opportunity to introduce yourself. Just for audience members, please remember to use the Q&A to add questions, and I'll do my best to try to moderate and infuse those questions. My hope is that we answer a lot of questions, but give you all that are in the watching audience an opportunity to kind of include your questions so that we make sure that we're getting you the answers that you need. I'm sure these are questions that are out there for everyone. So let's dive right in. Christy, why don't you begin by a quick introduction to yourself? And thank you. Actually, before we do that, all three of you, thank you for getting up so early and joining us to share with the college. Christy.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you for having me this morning. My name is Christy Martin. I'm Director of Business Development for Ascension St. Thomas. We're a fairly large health system located in Middle Tennessee with 18 hospitals and over 130 practices, clinics across Middle Tennessee. Good to be here this morning.
Great to have you, Christy. Let's also have Matt. Matt, can you introduce yourself? I know it's very early out on the West Coast for you, but we're glad that you're joining us. Let's see if we can get you off mute, though. I think you're on mute. Still got you on mute.
Sorry.
There we go. Got it.
No worries. My name is Matthew Ganem. I'm the co-founder of National Breathe Free Sinus and Allergy Centers. We're a joint venture MSO conglomerate with about 40 ear, nose, and throat practices across the United States. And we essentially partner with physicians to perform all the non-medical functions that are required in an ENT practice, from HR, finance, getting the staff up and going, EMR, anything you could imagine, partnering with Greg and the folks at MedFluence on, patient acquisition and things like that, leaving the medicine up to the professionals. So looking forward to learning some things today and hopefully giving you guys a few pearls. And if you have any questions, feel free to always reach out.
Thank you, Matt. And John, quick intro for you and what Physician Growth Partners does.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. My name is John Tideman. I'm a managing director with Physician Growth Partners. Really, we exist to help physicians and their practices explore, navigate, negotiate, and consummate partnerships with strategic partners, MSOs, private equity, health systems, whoever it might be, right? Educating our clients and then, pursuing a transaction, a process to ultimately consummate a transaction with one of those groups and result in a successful and hopefully long-term partnership. So great to be here and look forward to it.
Well, appreciate everybody again. And just beginning with kind of the intent in mind, from your perspective, and we'll start with Christy on this and then Matt and John after that, just because that's how you're laid out on my screen. Beginning with the beginning in mind, what are some of the absolute must-haves, be it personal, financial, operational, legal, that need to be in order before a physician thinks about or seriously considers employment, exit, or an acquisition?
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I think that one of the things that I see to be the most helpful, and it seems like the obvious, but is understanding your book of business. Understanding, what revenue you have coming in, expenses, what's your bottom line look like. Most people know the bottom line, but really understanding your business and then really understanding like what your end goal is. What are you really looking to solve as you consider these options? And I think, one thing I would say is just understanding the contracts you have in place from a legal perspective. What are you tied to? What is your out look like? What are those opportunities?
That's great. Matt, do you have a different perspective?
Yeah, so there's a lot to consider, and obviously what Christy mentioned is important. I would say the first thing you should do if you're considering some type of big change is think about what keeps you up at night. Think about what your headaches are. Think about things that you'd like to have alleviated. What's important to you. And I know these are all very basic things, but we partner with all different types of physicians that are, whether they have been employed by a hospital, they've been in private equity, they've been in private practice, they've been employees of private practices, and I've seen so many different types of contracts. And to Christy's point, make sure you understand exactly what it is that you're signing. Paramount. Some docs will say, I don't have a non-compete, and then they look and they have a 2-year non-compete. And so there's a lot of different things like that. So always look at those. Think about what a good partner looks like to you. What would what would good look like if you could, pro and con out the best possible version of a partner or an employer or someone to work with in private equity. Make sure you get all of those pieces down and find as many of them as you can. What type of value adds are you looking for? Are you looking to make your practice more robust? Are you looking to make it more efficient? Are you looking, it depends on what you're looking for. There's a lot of different ways to slice it, but make sure you're very deliberate with what all the things that are important to you. And I would also suggest to speak to some colleagues maybe that have gone through what you're considering, or some folks that have friends that have gone through it that you trust, because there's a little bit more speed there. One other thing to consider that I don't think most folks think of is if you have any really trusted, long tenured device reps that you work with that have been in the space for a long time, just ask a few questions. They may have some pearls or some opportunities that you didn't consider just because they've been doing it for so long and they're networked in. So just trying to think of some things that folks may not think about. And obviously feel free to let us know if you need us to drill down on those a little more.
That's good. Thanks, Matt. John?
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with a ton of what Matt and Christy said. Knowing kind of your data and your practice profile and what you're good at, what you're not, and being sort of very real with yourself about that. And a lot of times that leads to what Matt said, what are you looking for in a partner, right? And have that list of check boxes. Sometimes it might be maximum economic outcome. Sometimes it might be folks who can help me operationally because I want to open a de novo and I don't know how to do that. Number one, how do I recruit the provider that's going to sit in that de novo? How do I market for that de novo, right? All of the operational items that any of these partnerships we're talking about might be able to help with. What is that checklist, right, that you're looking for? That's a key component. You want to go in knowing what you want to get out of one of these partnerships. I also think what's important and what some folks, I think, forget, or maybe they don't forget, but they don't think of it at the outset. If you're a larger group, multi-physician partners within your group, you want to have buy-in across the group. Ideally, you get to one of these transactions and the vote for it is unanimous or very close, right? And that starts at the outset of exploring these partnerships, right? You want to make sure that there's not one lone wolf out there sort of beating the drum, looking for a partnership. And then, there's a lot of conversations that happen and come to find out most of the physicians in the group were not bought into the concept. That's not to say that they won't ultimately be bought into the concept, but that can harm the conversation, right? And the potential partnership you may have on the table. So getting alignment about, across your group on, is this something we want to do? What are those boxes we would need to check for this to make sense? And then going out and having that conversation. And you can start these conversations before there's buy-in. It's just phrasing them and framing them in the right way to say, hey, look, I think this is a good idea. One or two of my partners agree with me, but I've got 4 or 5 others who say, hey, this might not be the right time for something like that. Matt, Christy, help me. Like, how do I convince them? I think it's the right thing. What should I be telling them? Can we get maybe a dinner meeting, a town hall together, do some education and see where it goes, right? It's all in the framing and making sure that you don't inadvertently burn a bridge or sour a relationship, before you really even get the process started.
Great feedback, guys and gals. Let's pivot to maybe John, if you'll handle this one first because of your purview. You're a bit broader, but when a surgeon starts exploring a change, ophthalmologist, otolaryngologist, or even one of the other surgical specialties you work with, what are the main pathways that they are likely considering today?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you always have the status quo, right? But usually if someone's coming to me for advice, it's the status quo is no longer viable, right? Costs are going up, Medicare's cutting rates, it's hard to recruit that, growing patient demand, shrinking number of providers in this country. It's not easy to run a private practice anymore. It's certainly not as easy as it once was. It takes a lot of grit and candidly, there are a lot of physicians out there looking for an alternative. And so by the time they find me, they're usually saying, what are my options, right? There are 3 or 4 what I'll call traditional or currently mainstream options. First would be health system, excuse me, health system employment, which Christy can obviously help us learn more about. That's, hey, I want to focus on being a doctor. Maybe I want to do, spend some time doing research, sit in more of an academic setting. How do I double down on what I went to med school to do, and have a partner come in who, is an expert in payer negotiations and all the things that are pressure points, take all those things off my plate, right? Go employed with a health system is option one. Option two is affiliate with a strategic platform and MSO that already exists in the market. In ophthalmology and ENT, there are a number of large MSO operators, aggregators of practices. These are folks that will come in, take the administrative burdens off your plate, but allow you to remain in more of a private practice setting if that's what's important to you. Most of these groups are coming in and saying, hey, we don't want to take your brand away from you. Healthcare is local. The brand you've built in the market is important. We want to keep that, but we want to enable you on the back end to succeed and grow in the ways that you want to do that, whether you need capital, whether you need, expertise in HR, RCM, functional areas of your business, so on and so forth. And these are things that Matt can help us learn more about too. And then the last piece, or the third option, if you're a sizable practice, if you've built a back office that is, you believe is successful, has a secret sauce, and just needs to throw a little fuel on that fire in the form of capital to grow, then you might pursue a direct private equity partnership, become the next ophthalmology or ENT platform in the market who can go out and help smaller physician groups and enable those groups with the sort of secret sauce you've built. So those are sort of the three avenues we see and help our partner or our physician clients explore.
Matt or Christy, anything to add there? I don't want to take it away. I mean, he obviously spoke at a high level about your space, but want to give you a chance to add.
Yeah, I agree with everything John said. If you're interested in pursuing something that maybe you're a little unsure about, a definite change, the first note that I had from my initial thoughts were find someone like John and ask him a few questions, and maybe John points you in the right direction based on the things that are important to you. Obviously, I'm more than happy to do it too, just on different, level, I suppose, very different. One thing I'd be remiss if I didn't mention from the first section is that things change during your career, right? What's important to you could change from the time that you're 5 years into practice versus 15. So always kind of keep your eyes and ears open and just listen and learn as much as you can. And one other thing too, to John's point about, the groups that have, these big votes that come up during these negotiations and potential changes for the practice. One thing to consider if you're building a practice now and it's not already long tenured with sort of a structure in place is think about a way, because what I've seen happen numerous times in the past 15 years is that you have a couple folks that have been practicing for 20 to 25 years. You have a couple folks that are partners that have been practicing for 5 years. What their goals are different. And, the 20 to 25-year-old folks have certain things in mind. And then we get to the table here and it's time to figure out, we've got a good valuation. John's helped you get there and we can't make it happen because, the way the voting structure is set up. So something to think about based on tenure and exit and things for your long-term career plans. Obviously, there's plenty of folks that could help you with that, but I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention those are the types of things we should be thinking about, even though they're way down the road potentially.
Good feedback, Matt. Christy?
Yeah, just one more thing to add. Just as you think about these decisions, think about how much autonomy you want to continue to keep in your practice. I know traditional employment, you're typically handing the practice management over to the health system and to run it efficiently, and to John's point, take that burden off of you. But that's how I've seen that be a struggle for some physicians who really like to keep that control of their practice. So keeping that in mind, I think, as you make a decision will help you determine kind of the best level of support you're looking for.
A good conversation so far. And Matt, we'll start with you on this one. We've so far kind of covered what you need before you get there, what options might be available that you should be thinking about, but safe first steps, if you think about it. So you've already kind of done the internal analysis, you've thought through it. What are some of the best ways if a physician is curious but maybe not ready to commit? What should they be doing? What is the right way to begin exploring? I suppose what I'm asking is, are there safe first steps that a physician can explore as opposed to kind of diving in and then you guys feeling like maybe they weren't ready and disrupting or negatively impacting kind of their position if they're 12 months out or 18 months out, or maybe just wanting to kind of test the ice and see what it looks like? What are some of the safe first steps that you would encourage a physician to do?
Sure. I can't speak for John or Christy, but it's 6 in the morning Pacific time where I am. So obviously, if you have any questions, I mean, I would reach out to one of us. We're here for you guys. We're doing this just to try to throw some pearls out there. So I think that's a very safe first step. Especially if it could be, you want to maybe explore a partnership or an employment role at a hospital, and you're in California. If you call Christy, obviously she's in Tennessee, so she might be able to throw some nuggets your way. I'd say that specifically, and not to state the obvious, if you have any friends from either med school or residency that are in a similar role that you're exploring, or maybe to network with them, to have them network with one of their, trusted colleague advisors. I think those are very safe places to start. To Greg's question, or the point is, how do we ask these questions and not put ourselves at a disadvantage? Maybe we share too much information or whatever it might be, because ultimately long-term, there's negotiations constantly going on during these things, not to make it seem scary or something like that. But, it's sort of always happening. So obviously trusted advisors are a great place to start. And again, once you have all of that information, just finding someone that you feel comfortable with to be able to sort of kind of help point you in the right direction. And again, we're always available.
Good. John?
Yeah, I agree with everything Matt said. And I think, to take that a step further, Matt, you mentioned this earlier. I'm assuming most, if not everyone who's listening here today, has a relationship with someone who has either explored this process or consummated a deal with a health system, with a private equity backed MSO, with private equity directly. Call them, right? You all have colleagues and friends. See how it went. Find ones who, find a smattering. People who explored it and decided not to move forward. People who explored it and move forward and they're happy. People who explored it and move forward, but have a few words of caution for you, things they learned along the way that they might have done differently, right? That's a great way to learn. That's what, when we have clients exploring this process, we are putting them in front of former folks who we've worked with, who have done deals. We're putting, we're making sure that these strategic partners are providing references that we can call, and because at the end of the day, the best proxy for how your life will look after one of these transactions is to talk to someone who's done it, right? And figure out what, are there skeletons in the closet? What might have been a little bit different than they expected, and what was spot on, right? And hopefully, the goal of these, these transactions is 2-3 years down the road, after post deal, you're talking to these folks and they're telling you that they would do it again and again. Not that they regret it, not that they would change what they did, but that they did it right and they explored it. They, turned over every stone and made the right decision. And that's the goal of these and the success in these transactions.
And maybe just a follow-on question there, and reminding the audience to use the Q&A feature. We are getting these questions through. So if something pops up that you want them to address, please put that on the table for us to kind of give you that feedback in real time. But a follow-on question, and this is not to discredit the work that any of you do, conversation to close ratio, I'm guessing, is not 100%. Right. And so it's okay. You're having conversations with physicians that are exploring and that maybe don't end up in an actual closed deal. Or am I wrong? And that's an assumption from my perspective. Anybody is 100%. Let me know.
Look, I mean,
Yeah.
we may get to this later, but I want to talk through in a later section just about what good looks like, and making sure that you're aligned with the person that you're potentially partnering with. And a lot of the times, I mean, each MSO or JV or each strategic private equity partner probably has different things that they focus on, different, I mean, I guess strong points, right? So we want to make sure that we're aligned with in that scenario where, what we're really good at, you're interested in, right? And that sometimes we have conversations and it's never a waste of time. I tell anyone that it's what we do. It may be a 30-minute conversation that turns into something wonderful, but there may also be a 30-minute conversation where both sides in the middle of it are like, wow, okay, I learned something, but maybe this isn't for me. So don't feel, bad or upset or sad or, any kind of way about it. It's just, part of the process. And I think, it's something that is actually could be a good thing if we figure that out early. So.
Yeah, I think so. And we've got a question in from the audience, and this is a very direct question. We'll see whoever wants to field it, please do. The question is, what is an exit strategy for an extremely busy private solo ophthalmology practice who has been providing care for 30, where the physician's been providing care for 35 years. They own the entire practice and the facility, looking to retire and just wants to sell it and walk away in the next 3 to 5 years. Anybody want to jump on that?
I can start there. And
we'll let Christy say as well. Yeah. So good, John. Go for
Christy, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we get this question often as a health system. We have physicians looking to retire, and in the old days, it was sure, come to the health system and we'll buy your practice, and that's just not been the trend in recent years. So it is a challenging discussion. You've put years of sweat equity into this practice and dollars, and it's your baby. And so trying to figure out how to exit is a challenge. I think from a health system perspective, and of course can't speak for all, but I think we want to work with physicians in our market. As Greg alluded to earlier, there's a shortage of physicians. And so we want the opportunity to be able to help fill that gap, and ensure your practice stays intact to serve the communities that you're serving today. I would say the best thing to do is to connect from a health system perspective, connect with your local health system, have the conversation, and the 3 to 5 year runway is extremely important, but most likely it'll be a discussion about how does the health system help you recruit into your practice to establish kind of that long-term plan. If you own your building, own the equipment, there's generally a fair market value assessment done to buy out those things from you. But otherwise, patient panel wise, there's not like a value associated with that. But I think your health system could be a good partner. But obviously, John and Matt weigh in there because I'm sure you offer some help there as well.
John, do you want to take it, or you want me to?
Sure, I'll jump in quick. I think so. This is a pretty spot on situation that we deal with our clients quite a bit, and the again, a little bit geography dependent, but there are so many MSOs, private equity backed strategic platforms in ophthalmology now. I suspect you'll have at least a few options, but the reality is, and Christy said this, and I can't reiterate this enough, runway is your most important lever in getting to a transaction. And the reason for that, especially if you're super productive and you're the only physician, is a transaction with a private equity backed MSO is going to be driven, the value of that is going to be driven by cash flow and the multiple that they're able to apply to that cash flow, or you'll hear the nomenclature EBITDA, which just means profit. These groups will apply a multiple to that profitability to determine your value. And what they're really looking for is, they don't want to catch a falling knife, right? The multiple will be quite low if you said, hey, I've got 1 year of time horizon left. But if you have 3 to 5 years, and frankly, we like to use 5 years as sort of the value maximizing rule of thumb. 3 years is workable, but you might take a little bit of degradation to overall valuation. If you can commit to at least 5 years, that gives these groups plenty of time to figure out what the next step is, right? They're going to inherit a book of business, a brand, a local reputation that they can work with. And they're going to spend that 3 to 5 years trying to find that replacement, making sure that there's enough time for you to groom that replacement, train them up, get them in the right place. They'll help you with the recruiting component. They can help with things like salary guarantees in order to get those folks in the door, right? And make sure that for the first couple of years, they can make a decent, income. And then, from there, it's how do you transition, right? The other piece of that is your facility, which a private equity backed MSO, unlike a health system, won't have any interest in buying the facility. But if you can sign a nice lease on that facility, you can create some value for yourself separate and away from sort of the practice or the operating side of the business. So that's another element to keep in mind here. But I would say in this situation, time is of the essence. And so those are conversations I would recommend you start having sooner than later, just given that, 5 years is sort of the threshold to truly maximize value.
Yeah, I mean, I echo what John said, specifically if you're thinking 3 to 5 years. I mean, now's the time for you to get involved with some form of fashion of private equity. What we do from a JV model is a little different, and probably, I don't know if it's atypical in ophthalmology, it's atypical in ENT, but in a case like this, I've get, John and Christy probably get calls, for this specific scenario all the time, which we do too. Our philosophy is a little different, and it's more like, because to John's point, essentially, the practice has value because of you, right? You're the value. Obviously there's value applied to the, assets and things like that, but the real goodwill, essentially, in a transaction is the physician's, their reputation, their referral base, the annuity of patients that continue to come in that are super excited based on all the things Greg actually shared towards the end of the last presentation. And so what do we do with that, right? Obviously, the best case scenario would be to find someone to take over for you and buy out over time. We would do something like this where, okay, cool, if you're going to give us 3 years, great, we'll partner together. And our goal would be to replace you and have you sort of phase out, but maybe retain a piece of ownership. Maybe it's 5 years, maybe it's forever. Depends on, the situation, which is very atypical. Maybe there are some ophthalmology JVs that would do that, but that's definitely something, if for a growing organization, that could be a consideration. So feel free to reach out to me if you want a little bit of, sort of ideas on how we would do that. But, again, remember that you're the value in the practice. So if you're thinking, hey, in the next like 5 to 7 years, this is what I want to do, try to start to figure out sort of a succession plan, whether it's an exit to, someone like Christy or using or working with John to find a appropriate long-term partner. But definitely don't, be like, a lot of folks will call and say, hey, I want to retire in the next year or so. And that makes it very challenging. So just definitely, keep looking around the corner if that's, sort of where you're at and sort of your career path.
Appreciate that. And I have a follow-on question there. If you're in this exploration stage from the physician's perspective, with regard to how they share their interest with staff and others in the practice, do you recommend kind of keeping it under your hat, or how do you recommend the physician start to talk about practices? I can remember from my days working with physicians in their clinics, you would hear, well, Dr. X is going to retire in 2 years, or Dr. Y is looking to retire in the next 3 years. Is this something that the best practice would be to keep it to yourself, or how does that work in your experience? That's an open question.
I was going to say, I'll jump in there, I guess. Yeah, I think it's important when you think about the retention of the staff to make sure they're aware there is a succession plan at some point. But I think you need to have a solid succession plan before you share with the staff. My thoughts, and based on what I've seen, work well.
Yeah.
So I would say, I agree with Christy. We've seen some instances in which, the doctor gets excited. We're going to partner with them. We're going to make some changes and start in maybe 3 or 4 months, based on timing of everything. And, they'll have a meeting and just tell their staff, hey, we're doing this. We're so excited. Staff won't be excited because they assume that there's going to be big changes, whether it's less pay, no vacation, any of the things that are valuable to them might go away. So we've seen folks sort of that have been around a long time in these clinics and are very valuable to the clinic and integral, essentially just leave with almost no notice because they're so worried about the changes. So I would say be very strategic in the way that you roll it out to your staff, and maybe work with your partner, whether it's Christy or someone John linking you up with, to figure out what their best process or their best practices have been over time. And that's something that we place a huge emphasis on. How do we tell the staff? When do we tell them? What's the messaging? What's the timeline? And making sure that we're very deliberate with those communications so that we don't disrupt. That's the worst case scenario, is that we're going to start in 3 or 4 months and you have a huge disruption, right before we get going. So great question.
Yeah, and I'll just echo that, Matt. Just quickly, we spend a lot of time in the PR role helping plan that messaging. We also work alongside, to your point, absolutely any one of these partners is going to have some strategy and view on how they've done it before, what's worked and what hasn't. A lot of times we're gonna do sort of a cadence in how we announce things, right? The partners of the practice know what's going on. Then it's maybe you have associates in your practice focus on partner track, the future, revenue producers of the practice. Maybe we bring those folks in before the broader staff because we want them to feel special, right? That's something you absolutely have to consider. And then it's the staff, and how do you tell them? And a lot of times that's doing upfront work with the partner benefits crosswalk. Because right, like Matt said, what a lot of the staff cares about is compensation and benefits, and are those things going to change? Right. And so making sure that you can say, look, your compensation is definitely not going to change. The way that your bonus structure works or the way that raises have been given to you is not going to change. And then on the benefit side, yeah, the reality is benefits sometimes change, but by and large, a partner is going to work with you and they're going to say, okay, maybe this health insurance benefit is $50 a month less valuable than your current plan. Well, we're going to gross up those folks by $50 a month in compensation to make up for that. Or maybe in the aggregate between health insurance and dental and the other benefits, this is how you end up, each employee ends up better off than they were prior to the deal. Those are all things that we will, we work with our clients on. And of course, anybody on the buy side of the transaction is going to want that to be, you got to stick the landing on it, because what you don't want is an exodus or something that causes a revenue disruption. And the first day after the deal happens, there's some sort of massive economic disruption to the group, right? And so these are things we're always focused on trying to protect against.
Yeah, and I think this dovetails very nicely into the next kind of formal question, which is around avoiding missteps. So in your experience, what are some of the most common mistakes that you've seen physicians make when they're exploring a transition? Beyond obviously letting the cat out of the bag before everything is lined up with staff, what are some of the other things that you've seen that have created disruption, either in maybe compromised a deal or disrupted the performance or the launch of the deal? And what are some of the best steps to avoid having those missteps? I'll let this will be a round robin. Whoever wants to jump on it, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. So first thing, obviously, if you're exploring a transaction, whether it's to a hospital system or private equity or anything like that, if you're selling, a majority of the practice, you're selling control. So if you want, a bigger check, maybe a different type of multiple, things like that, just consider what's important to you. Are you looking for a capital infusion, like John mentioned, where maybe you become the next platform, the next MSO JV model, right? If you sell control, then that's going to be tough if you have a sort of process in mind that you want to run. Read the fine print, look at all the details, make sure you have a trusted advisor, make sure that there's the value adds you're looking for, again, are paramount. And when we go to partner with someone, we don't buy practices, but we partner with them and protect their downside, make sure that they'll never make less than where they're at in the beginning. And obviously that's part of our process, but I will always do the opposite of what a lot of folks do. A lot of folks in the situation want to say whatever, they think the physician or physician group or, administrator wants to hear to get them on board. I'm going to almost try to scare you out of it so that, there's nothing that's going to be surprising once we get going or, when the contracting process starts. So try to figure out, ask questions, very valuable questions like, hey, obviously, you don't do deals with everyone you speak to. What are some of the reasons maybe, some of the folks that you talk to don't work out? What are some of the things that they're, focused on that maybe you're not focused on, and things like that. And I mean, people will generally be honest there, or maybe ask them to speak to someone who, has been with them for 3 to 5 years, right? Ask to speak to a CEO or medical director of one of the practices they've had for a long time. And I think you'll get an opportunity to learn some good and bad things. So, which are all good at that time.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt.
I would add, just to echo what Matt shared, I think being transparent with those interested in making a transition like this is key. But I also think you being transparent as well is important. I think one of the more recent situations I've seen is, the physician was excited, wanted the opportunity to partner with the health system, but financially wasn't transparent. And so it created a lot of disruption right at kind of that go live point in time. It was really a struggle. So I would say, as you enter into these conversations and you get further down the road, just make sure that you're being transparent with all things. Those things will come out eventually. And so you'd rather get them on the table in the beginning, so everyone's aligned around what the challenges might be.
Christy, so that I understand, I think that was a great idea. So potentially physicians may over or under report their profitability early in the conversation. And then when the books actually get opened up, you see that maybe that's not the case.
Yeah, that, and then, it's hard being in independent practice these days. And there are physicians truly struggling. And so we see things like liens and other things just financially. They're in a bit of a bind. And so they're looking for, where do I go next? How do I solve this problem? How do I find that stability again? They want to continue practicing. So what are my options? But I just think, getting all of that on the table in the front, I say the front end, I shouldn't say that, but once you get to a more formal, like we're doing this, like you need to make sure that you're disclosing everything up front.
Yeah, good thoughts. John, anything that avoiding missteps?
The only thing I would add, and Matt and Christy, don't get too mad at me for saying this. I would say, if this is something you're thinking about, and an offer comes across your desk, don't just take the first offer. Think about it, explore what your options are, understand what's out there. The last thing you want to do is, something might come across, it might be compelling, it might be a big multiple, a big number, it might be we can get you rate lift and cost savings, and your income will go up and all these different things, and that's great. And that might be the partner you choose to consummate a transaction with. All I would say is, um, you know, in an effort to avoid seller's remorse, I guess, it's worth it to, at a minimum, use that as a catalyst to explore what your options might be.
Yeah, I echo what John said, and I'll use a very, very basic analogy that I use all the time. If you walk into a car dealership and they overhear you telling your spouse that that's the car you're going to buy, that's your favorite car, you definitely want it, they're probably not going to give you a discount, right? So I'm not saying be untruthful or anything like that, but make sure you explore all your options, because if they're the only horse in the race, essentially, they're going to have leverage. And I'm not saying that maybe they are the perfect partner for you, but definitely explore everything. Make sure, that they think you might go across the street to the other dealership. That's all. So you'll get a better valuation or maybe some leverage points that way. That'll be beneficial.
And at the very least, in doing that, you can be very confident that you chose the right car, right? Like at least you got the right car at the right price. What signs should a physician look for to tell them that an opportunity or a partner is the right fit, or maybe a clear mismatch?
I mean, I think we've discussed some of these already. Again, what are their core competencies, and does that align with what your goals are? And obviously we talked about the 3 to 5 year time window. I think common interest and goals during that period is paramount to discuss and make sure that we're on the same page, because if they need to, maybe potentially, if you're super productive in the scenario we talked about before, there may need to be 2 physicians that replace you, right? So if that's their goal and maybe you don't really have an interest in that, or you don't think that makes sense or something like that, just consider that. I'd say common interest in the first 3 to 5 years with a focus on the first, 12 to 18 months, I would say. Make sure you're aligned on that before making a decision, because that first 12 to 18 months could potentially be, the I don't want to say toughest, but the most rigorous portion of it.
And using the example from earlier, the provider who had been working in the practice for 35 years, executing the practice, those first 2 years of transition are likely to create some disruption. Is that fair to say? Or are these always, crystal clear and ice smooth? I would guess there's going to be some transition in the process. And how do you help practices who are making this transition prepare for that?
Yeah, discomfort, change, disruption, to your point, long-term tenured staff, maybe there's an EMR platform switch, maybe, the billing switch, or any of those things. These are all paramount to kind of, talk through what their processes are and make sure that you're going to be comfortable with some of these things.
Christy, John, anything about fit? I know we've batted around this item, but anything that maybe you've seen that we haven't shared?
Yeah, I mean, for us, when we're working with folks, there's really 4 boxes that we like to check. First, economic outcome, right? Are the economics sufficient to make sense to consummate a transaction, right? That's sort of the obvious one. For us, that's not, we don't believe that's where the success in these transactions lies. Rather, we believe that it lies in the next three boxes. The second is clinical autonomy. Are you able to practice the day after you make a partnership the way that you were before? Are you able to practice the way you want to practice? Is some, no offense to the MBAs on this call, but is some MBA in New York City going to be telling you how to practice medicine? Hopefully the answer to that is no. Hopefully they're sitting on top of or behind the practice of medicine, helping enable the business side, the administrative side, reduce those burdens, which leads to the third box that we like to try to check with our clients, which is resources. What resources does a partner bring to the table? Can they help you with the recruiting, the RCM, negotiating with payers, finding ways to get your costs down, whether it be, leveraging AI or whatever some of these new technologies are? Can they help you with marketing, getting, more patients into the top of the funnel, some of the stuff that Greg was talking about on the last session, right? What are the areas that they can actually fundamentally bring assistance, provide assistance to your group to help you grow and achieve your goals? And then the last box that we like to check is track record, right? Whether it be a health system, a strategic platform, those folks have management teams who either have or have not been successful in their efforts to work with physicians. Behind some of these MSOs are private equity investors who either have or have not invested alongside physicians in the past. We like to encourage our clients to shy away from what we call healthcare tourists. Those are investors or private equity funds who are, heard that you can make a lot of money in healthcare, and so they want to try an ENT or an ophthalmology deal, and they have no experience and no idea what they're doing. We would caution you to stay far away from folks like that and focus on, there are 50 to 75 private equity firms in this country who have done a number of deals, successful transactions with physicians, created a ton of value for their physician partners and frankly themselves in the process. And so can you find not only the management teams, but the investors behind those teams? Can you find groups who have had success that you can rely on? Again, past performance never dictates future results, but at a minimum, exploring that and understanding where they've been and where they might be going.
I couldn't agree more. One other thing too to add, when we are exploring a partnership with a physician, I always try to find someone that was in a similar position in their career, whether they've been, similar amount of time of practice. Maybe they're leaving a partnership, maybe they're leaving an employed role, and try to link the physicians up to chat so they can talk physician to physician, where they'll be super candid and they can ask whatever they like to somebody that may, that I don't want to say doesn't have a vested interest, but they don't have a vested interest in you joining. The best suggestion I would also make to you outside of, getting on one of those types of calls is hopping on, if you went to our website, you click our partners, you could see, all the practices that we work with around the country. Pick one or two at random and say, hey, could you set me up to chat with that physician? And you'll get, obviously we don't have anyone that's unhappy, but if I'm passing someone to you candidly, right, I think they might resonate with you. But also pick somebody that you think may not, based on demographic, age, time in practice, et cetera, and chat with them as well. And I think you'll get hopefully the same story if that's what you're looking for. But you'll get the truth generally. So just something else to think about.
Wait, and Christy, I see that you are not moving enough, and your power saving system kicked on there in your office. So glad to have the lights back.
Yes. Sorry about that. The only thing I would add, and John and Matt, those are great points, and I couldn't agree with you more. But the only thing I would add specific to employment is make sure you understand what the expectations are around your schedule and productivity. I think that's really important, especially if you're coming out of private practice where you've had the autonomy to make those decisions. Oftentimes there's a greater commitment when you come into the employment model. And so just make sure you understand what those are before agreeing. Make sure they work for you. We've seen a lot of changes in recent years where there are some new options. It's not full-time necessarily for every deal. And so, you can be creative in that, but you need to understand what that looks like and not make assumptions that you'll still be able to come and go and work your schedule as you have before.
And Greg, real quick, one other point to something that I think I should mention based on what Christy mentioned. I was meeting with a physician this week whose practice was acquired, and a big portion or fundamental part of their practice was being able to offer point of service care imaging. They were employed by a hospital, and one of the things they didn't discuss beforehand was how the imaging would go. So they have this, sinus CT scanner in the office there, but obviously the hospital contracted rates are a lot higher, and so they're not allowed to use it anymore. And so they're having to send to the hospital's radiation facility, and that's a big pain point, for both sides. So even something as simple as that, if there's something that's paramount to your practice, that just ensuring that the hospital might not want to capture, or the private equity or whoever you're partnering with might not want to capture it in a different way. So maybe, and this is something that we've done in the past, where we have the physicians go through a typical visit in one of our offices just to make sure that it's very similar to, what it looks like there. And obviously the physicians practice however they want, but they want to see sort of what our processes are, how friendly our staff is, things like that. So you could even potentially visit one of these sites if there's one local.
Great point. There is a comment, and reminding the audience as you're joining or watching this session, please use the Q&A to put forward any questions you have for this expert panel. A comment, I'll just read the comment. Since the multiple to acquire the practice is dependent on the level of EBITDA, you may want to get a consortium of like-minded practices together to increase EBITDA, and therefore the number of turns paid for the practices. It can be difficult, but very financially rewarding. I don't know if that speaks to anyone on the call. I just wanted to share that out since it was placed in the Q&A.
Yeah, I mean, we're sort of doing a different version of that. What I will say, if you're exploring that, make sure that there's actually a unification or intertwining of systems. Finances, are the financials done the same? Is the EMR the same? Is the billing services and the way that, you capture revenue the same? Because that's one thing they'll look at is are these practices actually similar? Is it really a platform that we can grow? Or is it, 3 or 4 docs that thought, what, we can put this together and get a little bit, higher multiple, and you still may be able to. But one of the questions that we always get, and when we're on the same side of the table that, you guys are as audience members here, are you guys actually integrated? Is it a similar system? Are all of the financial and human resource functions similar? Do you have similar type handbooks and roles and responsibilities, and whether it's pay structures and things like that? So I mean, we've been asked pretty questions in the minutia relatively early as it relates to that. So just something to consider, but definitely a great point.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, you're you're so spot on. What has become abundantly clear in physician practice management, PPM investing, which is what this really is, investing in ophthalmology or ENT, is the notion of integration, right? For a long time, some of the early platforms, some of the missteps were, hey, we are going to buy as much EBITDA as we can, and then we're going to flip it. And when folks started to look under the hood, what they realized was this is just 20 different practices who all, whose financials all roll to the same place, but they're on different EMR, they have different workflow, they're, different practice management. There's really no way to aggregate KPIs into a central location at this point in time. Now there's a lot of, tech companies that can take disparate EMR and get, uniform data and all that kind of stuff. But at the, early on, that wasn't the case. And I think this question is extremely loaded because of a lot of the things you just said, right? If you think about just fundamental valuation, like mechanics and theory, yes, a bigger company, more EBITDA, traditionally will garner higher multiples. But the reason for that is is on a risk-adjusted basis. You can pay a higher multiple for a company who has grown to 100 million of EBITDA, demonstrated that their services are in demand, demonstrated that they can weather numerous economic cycles, all of the things that happen along the way to growing to 100 million of EBITDA justify a higher multiple, because on a risk-adjusted basis, you're actually still in a good spot as an investor. if that's the case here, right, and that's where I say this is a little bit loaded, a little bit of a double-edged sword. If the groups in question here truly are like-minded, they're in a market where they're going to create density, they have similar systems, they're already, the steps to truly integrating those groups with one another are very few, then I agree there can be an advantage here from a valuation standpoint. The other alternative would be to take those 3, 4 groups, however many this is, push pause on exploring a private equity partnership or a strategic partnership, and actually spend the next couple of years integrating everything and merging the practices with each other. We find that that's less appealing to some of these folks. They end up wanting to use the private equity firm or whoever it might be as a catalyst to create the merger. But that is where the opposite edge of the sword comes in. Is in some ways what you're doing is you're asking a private equity firm or a strategic partner to pay a premium for a massive homework assignment that has a ton of execution risk. And if they come to find out through diligence that the groups are not as like-minded as you might think, maybe they're on, their partners are all on different compensation models, you have to figure that out. Maybe they're on different systems, which we talked about, you have to figure that out. Perhaps one of them is in, some kind of PHO or some kind of favorable payer contracting relationship that the others either can't get into, or if they did, it would be somehow detrimental, right? And so I think that's where I say I fully agree that size can generate a higher multiple and a better valuation. But, first and foremost, is there a willingness to do that work ahead of time? That's the guaranteed way to get the arbitrage. And if not, has there been a plan put together for how the integration might look? And we've done this for a number of clients and had a lot of success in doing it, putting that plan together up front with 3, 4, 5 disparate practices who, are like-minded. They want to hold hands and walk together through a transaction, but not necessarily complete the full merger in advance. And again, it's a lot in the planning, a lot in the articulation of, the playbook and what it will take, and sort of downsizing or minimizing the idea that that's going to ultimately be a homework assignment for one of these groups, the buyer. And that's how you achieve success in this. But to, whoever asked this question, it can be difficult and it will be difficult. It's not a slam dunk.
Greg, do I have a second to add a little bit to what John mentioned?
Sure.
Yeah,
Unless, yeah. Like Christy, did you have anything, or you want to? No, I think we're okay on time.
No, this is not my area of expertise, so I'm enjoying hearing from Matt and John. So.
Yes,
sure, Matt.
To John's point, it is challenging. I mean, we roll practices in one at a time. We have a team that goes out and literally lives wherever you are. We pick based on finding the right physician partnership versus location. So we're spread out in a lot of cases. And so, there's folks that are there to actually implement the change in the systems and processes and things like that. So if this is something you're considering, whether it's local or not, see if there's a way you could find someone that's not one of the physicians who are seeing, multiple, 20, 30, 40, 50 patients a day or whatever it is, that is going to be responsible for this integration and rollout, someone that understands it, but someone that actually has the bandwidth to be able to do it. And that's the hardest part of any of it is having the human capital to be able to execute something this challenging, to John's point. So something to consider. Obviously, shoot any of us an email or call if you have any questions on that, but that's something that's, I don't want to say you're going to minimize it, but it could be potentially more work and more challenging than it may appear.
And I know that Mackenzie is working on the slide. I'll have her put it up at least at the end. You can put it up right now, Mackenzie, if you want, to make sure that these folks' emails, they are open to you if you have additional questions or want to continue discussion. Continuing the conversation, we talked last about fit, and then we got into this EBITDA discussion, which I think was excellent. Matt, you and John really shared quite a lot there. Let's talk about today's market, and we've done that, but how are the current trends in healthcare consolidation, private equity, hospital employment, how are those changing the opportunities for a private practice physician or a physician that's already in one employed scenario, or a member of MSO that may be looking to go in a different direction? How are these opportunities changing today and in the future, both the opportunity side and the risk side for specialists like Aocoo or ENT or ophthalmologists?
I mean, obviously John's an expert in this, but what we've seen in just our personal experience is between, call it 2018, 2019, now. So essentially pre-pandemic, and now the multiples have significantly changed, not as favorable. There's a lot of variability in that and why, but some of it is interest rates, because a lot of these deals, if you go to a fund and there's a check cut, a lot of these deals are partly financed. Even if they have the money in the fund, they're going to leverage debt to do some of these things. And so the more expensive the capital is, the lower the multiple, because there's some factor of return that they have to consider in that also. And I don't know, John, what you're seeing, but what we've seen is the in a solo practice scenario, like the physician, the ophthalmologist mentioned, you're still seeing a lot of majority opportunity. In a bigger group, you're not seeing as much majority opportunity, because there was time in the past where folks were paid out at 70, 80, 90%, even heard of scenarios of 100. And what's paramount is alignment with the physician moving forward, because if you're going to go ahead and purchase a practice as you're growing, for folks listening, and the doc gets most of the money up front and then doesn't do what they did before, or maybe even just doesn't want to work as hard, or whatever that might be. So there's a lot of things in the market that have changed over the last 5 to 10 years. But there's still some good traction and things going if you have some good systems in place. So I don't know if John, if that's what you've seen, or but that's been our experience.
100%. I mean, money, for sure, money is more expensive. For sure, investors have gotten smarter in how they're applying, valuation to a practice. In the heyday in 18, 19, and even into, 21 post-COVID, you could get a lot of pro forma credit for things that were allegedly going to happen in your practice. I think today those things need to really be happening if you want to get that upside forward-looking EBITDA credit. And we spend a ton of time with our clients working through and trying to justify that. I think you're right on the equity side. The expectation of rollover is higher now than it was. Some of those early deals with the 90 or 100% buyouts proved to be, you know, I guess, unfortunate in a handful of examples. And physicians started to wonder, my comp is lower than it was before. I have no equity incentive to continue working here. And so why should I do that? And motivation decreased. And so today the, equity expectation is significantly greater than it was before. And then the last piece that I'll add is the way that these folks are thinking about the compensation model for physicians in the go forward world. And once upon a time in the early days of like the anesthesia consolidation and things like that, it was salaries, flat salaries, no productivity basis to it. And then, everybody got a little smarter, and it started to be, percentages of revenue. And that's more common on the ophthalmology side, although that's starting to evolve. And then what's more common today on the ENT side and some of the, the other, I guess, higher acuity surgical specialties like orthopedics and cardiology is what's known as a scrape model, which is, let's not just tie our partners to revenue production, but let's have them keep an eye on costs as well. And let's pay them on more of a net income basis. And so if a practice generates $100 of profit, the MSO or the strategic partner will scrape some portion of that, call it 30%, up to the MSO. That's the profitability that you can sell, but that residual 70% will be paid out to the partners of the practice. And that way they're tied into both the, the revenue as well as the cost side. They're not just willy-nilly using supplies and implants and whatever it might be. And that's an effort to, again, create that extra level of alignment, right? So more equity, more, compensation aligned with bottom line, not just top line or nothing at all as it was in the early days. And then to an extent, and Matt, I'm sure you know about this, but we're even seeing some local level joint ventures. If you're in a specialty, like ENT, where maybe a surgery or ophthalmology, where a surgery center makes sense, can we help, JV in a surgery center where maybe the MSO doesn't take all that profit? Maybe at the local level, we'll have the physicians buy into that at some level, and that way they're getting not just their compensation through the practice, but also distributions from that surgery center that they may start to use, and as that ramps, everybody benefits, and everybody, rising tides lift all ships. So all of these changes are an effort to create alignment, to create sustainability, right, in these practices, where, especially if you're coming out of private practice and you're used to sort of eating what you kill, how do you continue to create that in a synthetic way once you're, partnered with someone who, has taken over the responsibility of the back office and things of that nature.
I couldn't agree
Yeah,
more.
I would add too. I mean, I've spoken predominantly to the employment model with the health system, but just in recent years, more and more independents have sought health systems for support, and employment's not always what they need, but rather someone to come alongside them and partner in some way, and be that resource. There's several different levers that we can pull these days that we never went to before. Um, Payer contracting has been a pain point for independents. So there's some things we can do in that space now that we couldn't do previously. But trying to be more creative in how we support independent is at the end of the day, for a health system to employ a physician, I mean, there's a significant investment, and not always that return everyone assumes that's there. So being more cautious in our choice for employment. It's not always a yes these days, but what else can we do outside of that?
Yeah, I think that Christy, you almost segue so nicely because the next question will let you kind of take it as we wrap up. So I want to leave the audience with two things. Number one, grab a screenshot of the emails here on this dais. We've got an expert panel, as you can tell. The conversation has been exceptional, and I appreciate you all sharing your time this morning with the college. And please do continue conversations outside of here if you have them. Christy, we're going to talk a minute about the journey overview. From your perspective, what does a typical physician journey from first engagement to signed and agreed deal, if there is a typical journey, what does that look like? So what does that look like for somebody that's reaching out to Ascension or to you or one of your partners?
Yeah, I think, obviously those initial conversations, make sure it's the right fit. If we decide we're moving forward with employment, there's letter of intent, offer letter, contracting process that we've got to move forward with. And then really you get into implementation. And that's really kind of where the rubber hits the road and it becomes pretty intense. So I think it encompasses all those things we've talked about, EMR transition potentially and likely, operationally, how does your practice, function today? And how does that align with our standard operating practices? And really you just, the two are becoming this married couple that moves the work forward. But it's a challenge, but I think it's both from the front end are truly committed to making it work. It can really be a pretty seamless process. So yeah, one thing I will say just for awareness, there's often a bit of a misconception out there is that, I mean, there from the signing of the contract to a go live date for employment, we're typically 90 to 120 days out. So sometimes we have physicians come to us with this idea that we can make this happen in 60 days. And it doesn't work that quickly. You've got payer contracts, credentialing, all the things that have to be done. So it is a bit of a journey, but yeah.
Hey, thanks, Christy. And just recommending if there are any other questions as we wrap up, we got about 5 minutes left of these folks. If you have a question, please submit it in the Q&A session. Matt, you or John want to tackle kind of from beginning to end, and I don't know if end is necessarily on contract, is end after that. What does that typically look like?
Yeah, I'll be brief. So in case there's questions, we have a practice that actually starts the joint venture this upcoming Monday. And the first time we ever spoke to this physician was right after Memorial Day of last year. Right. And that's a lot longer of a scenario. There's a lot of legal stuff that you're going to get a little uncomfortable with some of these contracts. We've submitted our sets of contracts to multiple different law firms to try to make them more consistent, more concise, make them make more sense, because honestly, it's not really in English, right? None of it really makes a whole lot of sense to me. And all four major firms said that these are very standard. So you're going to see some language. Make sure you have a good trusted advisor, someone like John on your team that you trust, and then obviously a good transaction attorney, and to make sure that you feel comfortable with all of the minutia, and they're going to be able to point out things that might be important to you that you haven't even thought of that can be negotiated in these contracts. And a lot of times there's some flexibility there. So, make sure you do your diligence and have someone that you trust.
John?
Yeah, I agree with all that. From my seat, it's a little bit different, right? By the time you're talking to Matt or Christy, there's sort of possibly a decision has already been made. But from my seat, I mean, our education process with clients can take, like Matt said, a year or more as folks try to think about whether this is the right pursuit. They're talking internally with their partners to reach that consensus that I started this session with. But from just for everyone on the call, sort of education, if if you're looking to formally run a process to determine a partner with someone like myself, we typically guide to like a 6-month process. And what that is a month or two of, preparing to go, which is, writing a document that articulates your practice, what the benefits are, why folks like Christy and Matt should be interested in partnering with you, building a financial model, kind of scrubbing the financial information to make sure that it's clean and makes sense, so that when somebody goes to confirm that down the road, it all, it shows to be correct. And then we're out and we're kind of exploring these different partnerships, talking to health systems, talking to strategic partners, talking to private equity. And it's, a month or two of bidding, management presentations, meeting these folks, getting to know them. And at some point along the way, after a couple rounds of bidding, we're picking our partner and signing what we call a letter of intent. That's really the backbone of the agreement, the fundamentals, the important aspects. For us, it's 80 to 90% of hopefully what we know will be important to you as physicians in these deals. We want that agreed to before you sort of formally grant exclusivity and pick your partner, because there's a leverage element to that. And then from that point, it's that 60 to 90 days that Christy mentioned. It's, and Matt, it's drawing up the contract to align with the terms in that letter of intent. It's thinking about credentialing and cutting over payer contracts and how that's going to work, the day that the transaction closes. It's crafting that PR and that plan for telling your associate or partner track physicians, your mid-levels, your staff, et cetera, and then ultimately doing that. And then, after about 90 days, roughly speaking, the transaction closes. And so from when you engage with someone, an advisor like myself, to when that transaction closes is typically like a 6-month, exploration process. It can be longer, it can be shorter, depending on how many parties you want involved, how many different elements, you're sort of concerned with evaluating, things of that nature.
Yeah, I appreciate, as we wrap up here right on time. Thank you, John. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Christy. Is there any final words of advice or words of information that you want to share with the audience?
Yeah, I mean, reach out again, please. You're not ever wasting my time. Plenty of people help me along my journey. More than happy to help anyone, even if you're in ophthalmology and have some questions about, a sale or an MSO type model, or maybe even a way to structure one yourself because you're thinking about it. A lot of hard lessons learned over time. More than happy to share. And thank you for having us, Greg.
You're very welcome. John, Christy, any parting words?
No, just I would echo what Matt shared. If I can be helpful to anyone on the call, feel free to reach out, and appreciate the time this morning.
Yeah, ditto. If I can be a resource, happy to do it. And thank you all for having us.
Well, this has been truly an all-star panel. Appreciate the discussion. Certainly enjoyed it from my chair, and glad that we could bring this to the college. So thanks, everybody. Matt, I guess you're going to go back to bed now that it's 6 o'clock your time.
All right.
All right, folks. We'll be taking a 3-minute break, and we'll be joining back with Scott Shang, AI entrepreneur, philosopher, strategist extraordinaire. So hold your seats, refresh that coffee. We'll be right back.
Thanks all.
All right, just wanted to alert everybody. I believe I'm live, Mackenzie, but just wanted to alert everybody we are going to get going in 9:15 Central Time, 8:15 Eastern Time, or I'm sorry, 10:15 Eastern Time. Scott Shang is in the wings and ready to go. I am seeing the clock roll over to 9:15 now. Mackenzie, can you make sure that we are sharing Scott's presentation? And Scott, we are so very fortunate here at the American College of Ophthalmology and Otolaryngology Head and Neck Surgery to have someone with your experience share some information with this group. I will do my best to interject throughout Scott's presentation if questions come up. I would encourage you all to use the Q&A. Scott's going to provide so much information, and the capacity that lives in Scott's mind is vast, is probably the best way to say it. He is an all-star and has taught me and my team so much about artificial intelligence and how to use it to make us better every day. I'm excited to share and introduce him to you at the academy. So so Scott, take it away. Except you're on mute. I may have muted you. Let me see if I can unmute you. I cannot hear you just yet. You will need to unmute yourself. I believe it's at the top of the screen. There you go.
Okay, there we go.
We got you now.
All right, user error. Yeah, so I'm the tech guy.
Yeah.
And I'm here. I'm here to talk to you about technology, starting with the mute button. Thank you, Greg. Yeah, wow, that was quite an introduction. I appreciate you having me here, and I appreciate this opportunity. I am. I don't know. I think I came to AI a little bit differently from a lot of people. I've been an entrepreneur my entire life. I work with a lot of small businesses, and I've always been a small business owner. Into marketing, did a lot of marketing in my in my career, and I've always been kind of savvy with technology and sort of understood technology. And when AI came out, what I noticed is there was this great divide. First of all, most of us, when we think about AI, we think about HAL 9000 from 2001 Space Odyssey or Terminator or something crazy like that. Like, because AI has been in science fiction for forever, and it's almost always that it's going to be this nefarious kind of, super weapon that, that is going to come in and wipe everybody out. But, when it finally came out, I saw this great divide that happened. And the divide was all of the internet marketers started selling AI as the cure-all and the end-all for everything. It was going to automate everything. It's going to take everybody's jobs. It was pay $99 for this book of prompts, and then you're going to be an AI specialist. And it felt really gross, and I knew it wasn't true. Nobody really knew what AI was back then, at least in a from a normal people's perspective. And then the other side were all the computer scientists and the engineers talking about all the ones and the zeros and the algorithms and all of this kind of stuff. And I didn't understand any of that stuff either. I'm not an engineer. I don't know how to code. I'm just a normal person. And I saw this huge lane in the middle that nobody was really just trying to understand what this technology is and what this means to humanity, because quite frankly, it is probably one of the biggest levers, one of the biggest single impact points in humanity that any of us are going to see in our lifetime. And it's literally penetrating everything. So I my goal here today is not to give you any answers, but hopefully to leave you with more questions. I want to pique your interest. I want you to start thinking, seeing AI from different perspectives, thinking, looking at how it's being used and how it's being implemented in your profession and in your personal life, and just start thinking about it from that perspective. I I I call myself an AI philosopher because that's where I like to spend most of my time, is trying to figure that out. I think the internet has done a real the internet has been interesting. It's allowed us to put all of civilization's information into this thing we call the cloud that we can access at any time and get information, extract information from it. And but the problem is, you go to the internet, you type something in, and it gives you a stack of links that you have to read, and whoever paid the most money gets the links. Well, AI is not any of those things, and that's what I'm hoping to show you today. Let me see if I can get my how do I click here? There we go. All right, couple of disclaimers first. So AI is a new technology. It's been around for a really long time. Google DeepMind, if anybody remembers, it beat the world chess champion maybe 10, 15 years ago. AlphaGo was a game that the Google's AI beat the Go champion of the world, which is a really complex strategic game. But really, the AI that we're talking about, the one that we have access to in ChatGPT and Claude and Google and Grok and Meta and all these things, ChatGPT released this on November 23rd of 1922, or 2022, not 1922, 2022. So it's been less than 3 years that this stuff has been out into the world, and it's already, so I pay most of, like, the marketers are boring to me. Like, they're always trying to figure out a better way to sell you stuff, and it's all hyperbole and things like that. But I like to pay attention to the STEM fields, and what they're using for medicine and education and physics and these kinds of things. And there have been unbelievable advancements using AI to process data and to be able to gather insights and trends and trajectories in very, very large data sets. And that's where this gets really, really interesting, because in your field, almost everything that you do is collecting data. It's, you're running tests, you're running analyses, you're doing all of these things, running cultures and taking pictures and all of this stuff, and you're collecting data. And until technology came along, that data resided in the filing cabinet in the doctor's office. So what we're starting to see is the democratization of access to vast amounts of data across a very broad set, like global access to data, which gives us all an opportunity to get deeper perspectives, find trends and things like that that you wouldn't normally see if you were just limited to a very limited amount of information. If you start thinking about using AI in your practice, you want to be really, really careful about adhering to HIPAA and client confidentiality guidelines. There's a lot of ways to use it where you don't have to put any confidential information in it. And what I really want you to know is, at least especially in your professional world, 99% of the AI that you're going to encounter in your professional world is going to be integrated into the office management, diagnostic, and patient care platforms that you already use in your business. Like, you're not going to have to be responsible for building this stuff or figuring out how to integrate AI into your business. It's probably already in there. You've probably already noticed the softwares and the platforms that you use are already AI powered, right? It's like the little as seen on TV or Intel Inside, like now everything is AI inside. So the objectives today is, I want to kind of start by talking about what AI is and what AI is not. I want to show you, I'm gonna show you So my goal is two things. I'm going to kind of show you how it's being used. I'm going to kind of dive into why I think it's interesting and what that represents on a broader scale. And then I'm going to show you how to do that research yourself using AI so that you can stay on top of the trends and you can stay on top of where all this stuff is going. I want to talk a little bit about how I think AI is going to be used in the future, and really I'm going to go for a few more minutes here. I have some information that we're going to talk about, and then I really want this to be a discussion and a conversation, because AI is not a thing. It's not like, oh, I'm going to go to Walmart and buy some AI off the shelf. It's more like electricity, and that electricity powers almost anything that you can think of to use to run that thing. So it gets really interesting because it can be applied to almost anything. So let's start with what AI is and what it's not. So they call it artificial intelligence, and I don't really like that because, first of all, there's nothing artificial about it. It's one of the most real things I've ever experienced in my life, and I have a lot of people that have the exact same experience. And I wouldn't necessarily call it intelligence, but I would say it is capable of intelligent behavior. And what I mean by that is it is an extension of your intelligence. So everybody ever use like a zip drive, right? Like that you plug into your computer and it extends the hard drive or the space or the storage on your computer. Well, AI is kind of like that, but for a neural network of neural pathways that can extend your thinking, your ability to think and your ability to process information. What it literally is almost all of humanity's information and knowledge in this giant cloud. And when you ask it a question, it's going out and it's trying to find connections and build bridges and connect dots between concepts to bring you back a perspective that is free of the assumption that we as humans always bring into our ideas, and it's free of bias. Um, that's a different conversation. And if anybody's interested in having a conversation about bias, I'd love to. But I think that the single most biased factor in anything is us as humans. Like, we carry a lot of assumption into everything that we do. The AI is not capable of doing that. It's capable of processing information and essentially reflecting back to you what it thinks that you're saying. AI is not Google. People that use it like Google, um, it's not going to be a great experience. Like, if you're just using it to ask it a question and then see if the answer comes back, AI is more of a Socratic sidekick. AI is not as good at answering questions as it is at getting you to ask better questions about what you're looking for. Because almost always when we ask an initial question, it's not the real question, right? There's usually a question underneath that, like, why are you asking that question? Why is that important? And that's where it gets really interesting. Also, it's not software, right? So we're used to software. We're used to putting input in, putting data in, and it punches out this thing that we're expecting on the other side. It's not deterministic. Again, it's an amplifier of intelligence. It's like asking the smartest person in the world to help you think about a problem, and it's not going to give you an answer. It's going to help you ask better questions about that question that you're asking. Well, what of that are you interested in? So what it is, and I've thought about this a lot. I don't think it's a tool. Um, I don't think it's not software, but what I think of it is as an instrument for accomplishing a broad range of tasks. It can do academic research like a PhD level research assistant, but you have to give it a specific use case of what it's doing that academic research on. So if you have a very well thought out hypothesis or idea that you want to explore, it's amazing for academic research. It's great at organizing thoughts, taking stream of consciousness and organizing it and reflecting it back to you. Critical thinking, it's amazing at processing large amounts of data and information and finding patterns, trends, and relationships in the data, in data that humans cannot easily do. And again, it carries no assumption or bias into what you ask it to do. It is simply an extension of your thought process, but it has no preconceived ideas of how it should answer you. It doesn't have any emotion. It's not afraid to offend you. It's just going to say, hey, is this what you're looking for? All right, so the first thing that I'm going to do, so this is ChatGPT. I primarily use ChatGPT. I believe, oh, okay, my camera's still good.
We got you. Yep, we can still see you, Scott. No questions, but just wanted to interrupt Scott and say if there are questions, please use the Q&A form. I'm monitoring that, and I'll interrupt Scott and throw questions out there. Try not to disrupt his train of thought too much.
Okay, that's okay. I got slides to keep my cats herded. So the AI advancement. So this is an interesting feature in ChatGPT, and this is called agent mode. There's a couple of different types of AI. This particular AI that gets really, really interesting is called a reasoning model. And essentially, when you give it when you propose a question or an idea or something to it, it's going to think about what it is that you're really looking for, and then it's going to go and do that task. So if you've ever used these models like the deep research or the agent mode, and I'm showing you here how you find this. So this is just a ChatGPT window. You click the little plus and you'll see agent mode. Now, when you click agent mode and you ask it a question, or you click the agent mode, then you're going to see a little box that says sources, and we're going to turn on the web search and we're going to do a search on the internet. So I would, if you want to have a really interesting experience with AI, Greg, I don't know if people can get these slides, but I would take this particular question or some variation of this question, and the only thing I would put in there is a time frame, like in the last 30 days. So this is what I did. I typed in a question and I said, what are the most exciting AI advancements in ENT, advancing education, clinical practice, and professional development for both students and physicians? So then what it does is the AI will go out to the internet and it'll spend about 10 to 15 minutes doing research, and it'll bring back basically a research paper that's heavily cited with links of where it got all of the information. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go through. So I put that question into agent mode, and we're going to go through some of these. This is only a small sample of what it came back with. But these are some of the areas that I'm seeing AI being used heavily in your industry and in education and in a lot of different areas. So this particular one, this is students at PCOM Georgia are using this platform to convert lecture materials into customized question banks and generate case-based questions. Okay, so let me kind of break this down, because this is where this gets super, super interesting. What AI does is it will meet the user where they're at. You're highly educated people. I'm sure you sat in a room at some point with a bunch of people or on a Zoom call, and somebody's talking about something and you're like, man, I don't know if I completely grasp what they're talking about, and I don't want to be the guy that raises their hand and asks the dumb question. Like, I think in education, in the education space, that's a real issue, especially when we're talking about our kids. You know, you've got a teacher and they're doing one-to-many education, and that's what the world has been before AI. Everything is one-to-many. You've got one person telling everybody how to think. Well, AI, if you put all of that materials in there, it allows the individual user to ask questions about that data, about that curriculum, about those materials, and it understands your level of comprehension. So it will reply to you based on how you asked the question. And then it'll pull you into the question and it'll say, here's a little bit deeper. So what used to be a one-to-many world where somebody on a podium somewhere was telling everybody how to think and what they should know, AI gives us the ability to deeply engage with materials on our own level, at our own pace, in our own language. This is super exciting and really, really fascinating because there have been studies. Well, there was a study actually in South Africa, and they gave the South African kids 2 hours of computer lab time to use AI to explore their curriculum. And within a 6 month period, this group of kids were 3 years more advanced than anybody else in the class because they were able to go on these individualized, personalized education journeys, and they were able to explore ideas based on their level of comprehension. Not only are you exploring on your based on your level of comprehension, but you're also expanding your learning at the speed of your revelation, I guess. Like if somebody, because listen, you could be going through something super complex and then it clicks. And now you're like, oh my gosh, I get it now. And now you're asking all of these other great questions. So this is a really, really good use case. Um, I've seen this type of use case being used in an office environment where you have a new employee and you have the employee manual or the standard operating procedures for doing their job, or almost anything like that. You can put all of those things in an AI, and if they have a question, they're not always having to bother somebody. They can go and do the research themselves and say, how was I supposed to do that again? Oh, okay, that's right. I'm supposed to flip this switch, turn this knob, and push that button. And they can do that on themselves, do that by themselves by asking that information. So study materials, adaptive question banks, really, really powerful. Um, so this one again is a digital health and AI competency framework aimed at prepare educators, students, and physicians for digital practice while safeguarding principles and producing educational resource and assessing AI adoption. So there are already movements within your industry to help you understand what's going on and how to start integrating into your practice. So like this is already happening, and this is amazing because literally this technology, well, I say it came out 3 years ago. It was almost 3 years ago. In November it'll be 3 years, but like it wasn't good until about a year ago. Like one of the things that I think is really funny is like the CEO of Chat GPT, Sam Altman, he will come out quite often and say, just keep in mind this is the worst AI you're ever going to have to use. And that's literally what it is. And when you talk about the advancement of AI, it's about 7 to 10 times faster, cheaper, more accurate every 6 months. Like it is advancing so quickly. It's a little bit mind-boggling. This is where it starts to get interesting in diagnostic algorithms and decision support. So again, this is I'm actually going to show you, if you haven't seen this AAOHNS report on artificial intelligence. This is where the AI went out and got a lot of this information. This is a really, really cool and interesting report. And I'm going to show you a really cool way to get information out of this report because it's pretty academically dense. But again, it's collecting data. And I've seen this over and over again. Like this particular one is using vision models. So it's able to use like images of corneal ulcers and cataracts, and it can understand those things. And so it can create in a massive database of all of these images and the results of all of these images. So if you take a picture, it can automatically access all of this data and start connecting dots and saying, hey, this is probably what you're looking at. You should look here next. Now, one of the things I want to emphasize is AI will never ever take your job. That's not what this does. This assists you. This allows you to do the it'll bring the research, it'll access massive amounts of data, and it'll give you better data from which you can make more informed decisions faster. And so ultimately, and I think we're going to kind of cover this before the end, this actually frees you up to allow you to spend more time doing um, building relationships with the clients and doing whole body assessments and work and building relationships and connecting the different areas of how one thing is affecting something else. This actually allows you to spend more time and educate the patient because you're getting all of the information that you need literally in the blink of an eye. Okay, so this one is head and neck medicine. Again, this one is using AI computer vision. So computer vision, this is really, really crazy. I don't know if you've tried this before. Um, like you can take an AI and take a picture of something and ask it to tell you about that image. And so a great example is if you go to a museum and you see a painting on the wall and you're not familiar with the artist or where it came from, you can take a picture and say, tell me about the artist and the story behind this painting. You probably can't see it behind me, but I have Van Gogh's Starry Night picture behind me. And I knew a little bit about the painting, but I took my AI and I took a picture of it and I said, tell me about this. And it basically said, well, that was right after he cut off of his ear. He checked himself into a mental institution for 18 months. And that was his view out of the window of his mental institution. Like that adds so much more richness and character to like that experience now. That's a little bit off track, but that is how good AI computer vision is. It can look at images and it can see things that the human eye cannot see. There was another story, I didn't put this in here, but last week, I think, it was a high school kid in California who won like a $250,000 prize because he used AI, I don't know, in his mom's basement or something to analyze NASA images. And he discovered 150,000 objects in the sky that NASA didn't have registered in its star maps. Like, this is crazy stuff, right? So like this is the way these things are being used. The human eye, we can look at an image and we can, you're trained to look at certain things, but the AI is looking almost a million times deeper into that image and comparing that to millions of other images of this same thing and looking for variations. So little long-winded there, but this is another super interesting and exciting thing. So this is CDS stuff. So um, it can take notes. It can recommend diagnostic tests and management strategies and predict outcomes. These things, again, all it's doing is it's doing the hard work so that you can look at a more accurate set of data so that you can make more informed decisions that are in the best interest of your patient. And that's where these things are super, super powerful. I actually have a friend. I told him I was doing this presentation, and he said, "Oh yeah, I built an AI for a physician for their soap notes." And what he does is he just dictates into a recorder his soap notes, and it transforms it, and it outputs it into the format that is required for his storage. And then what I'm going to show you, even so this particular one is saying that this scribe technology is capturing patient physician conversations and automatically generating documentation and billing codes. Again, this takes the burden of the clerical and the and the like the just the stuff that nobody likes to do. You're in this business because you're helping people. If you can get all of the paperwork done by this, say, then all you're doing is you're reviewing it and you're making sure that it's good. So again, osteopathic medicine emphasizes whole person care. This all of these things that AI is doing is it's streamlining it's streamlining your diagnostic tools and your imaging and your administrative tasks. And this allows you to spend more time with your patient, doing the things that are important, building the relationship, making them feel comfortable, helping them to understand. So talking about understanding. All right, so I had my own little experience with a physician earlier this week actually, and I had a sort of a urinary tract kind of infection sort of thing. A little embarrassing. Nobody judged me for this, but so I got on my phone. I said, "Hey, your report is ready. Your analysis is ready." And I'm like, "That's really cool that you're sharing the analysis." And that's what you're seeing on the left hand side here is the urinalysis interface docked device. And it's like I'm like, "Okay, cool. What does that mean?" I uploaded that image into ChatGPT and I said, "Can you explain this to a normal person?" And it gave me an output and it gave it to me in a normal language. It also, I got the clinical notes. So the doctor, so I guess these are my soap notes. The doctor gave me these notes that were in my portal, which is really cool. I appreciate the transparency, but that's doctor speak. And I don't completely understand everything that they're saying. So I can put that into an AI and I can say, explain this to me like a normal human being. Well, not not that the doctor's not a normal human being. Okay, let me rephrase that. Explain that to me as though I didn't spend 7 years in medical school, right? Like I'm not that smart. I don't understand this stuff. So explain it to me in that way. So now start thinking about the clinical side of documenting the appointment with your patient. And then what if you could then give your patient something that they could read and understand in normal language? That's going to make them more educated. That's going to make them more informed. And it's going to make your relationship with your patients even better. Okay, real quick, and I'm going to sort of demonstrate this for you. There is a new AI browser. It's called Comet, and it's out by Perplexity. So you can type in this URL, perplexity.ai/Comet. And so what I'm showing you here is the AAOHNS report on artificial intelligence. This is a heavily cited, heavily academic research paper about the impact of AI and artificial intelligence on your industry. Now, you could go through there. I mean, this seems like some easy breezy Sunday reading, right? You can sit down with this academic research paper, or with this browser, I can click this button on my browser and say, What is this report about? See what you see in the top? That's all I typed. What is this report about? And then it gave me a whole summary of what this report is about. And I can literally inside my browser, I can say, oh, that's interesting. Let's dive into these guiding principles that clinician oversight is crucial. Let's talk about that a little more. Tell me what advice it's giving, what to look out for. It's going to go to that report, and you can actually engage in a conversation with this report. That is what AI allows you to do. So, in conclusion, I want you to imagine a future where your website, your specialty, whatever your specialty, your area of specialties, the literature, the studies, the reports, the procedures that you offer, frequently asked questions, simple diagnostic inquiries, all inform an AI assistant that a consumer can interact with on your website. So I know this is standard across all industries. Um, every single patient thinks that every person thinks that we're unique and thinks that we have a unique question that you've never heard before. And so what I like to always say is there are not 10,000 questions about what you do. There are 10 questions asked 10,000 ways. So if you inform an AI assistant, your patients can ask those questions in 10,000 different ways, and it will engage with them with empathy. It'll remove the fear of the unknown. It'll motivate them to take action. And I'm not only thinking about this from like a clinical standpoint, I'm thinking about this from a marketing standpoint. Like maybe what you offer in your practice is not wholly emergency medicine. Maybe some of it is not urgent, but it's something that somebody needs to do, it's voluntary. I can't think of the word right now of what it is, but
Elective.
elective. Maybe it's elective procedure, and they want to do research. So they're going to go to 5 different websites, and those websites are going to have, you know, all of these papers that require an effort. They're going to have to read it and see if they understand it. But what if they could go to a tool on your website, ask their natural language question, and it gives them back the questions that they really should be asking, and it starts to answer their questions in a way that makes them feel heard, understood, and earns their trust. So then when they contact you, they've already educated themselves, they've already removed the fear, and they've already had a lot of their questions answered, so that when they contact you, they're coming as a more informed and a more educated patient. And then you can just you can address the good questions, not all of the questions that that could have been answered in another way. So um, I I invite you to think about that and to consider that. I know we talked a lot about how this can be used and applied um, in your clinic or in your practice, but there are some really interesting consumer engagement or patient engagement applications here that can translate medical speak into natural language, and even go as far as allow the patient to engage in the content and the information that you already make public on your website. But it requires a tremendous amount of effort and discipline for the user to read through it and know what to click on and what to read and how that relates to this, that, and the other thing. So I want to show you a couple things super quick. So this is the report that I did. I said, what are the most exciting advancements? And then this is a recording of the AI going out to the internet and doing all of this research. So it took 8 minutes, and it went out here and it did all of this research and read all of these articles to bring me back this long report of all of these different all of these different things, like virtual reality. So yeah, there were some really cool things in there about students being able to do virtual reality surgeries, like simulator tools, like a flight simulator, but they're surgery simulators, all of these things. So imagine if you had something like this and you just typed in that question every 30 days and you put a timeline on this. What are the most exciting advancements in your specific discipline that have happened in the last 30 days? And then once every 30 days, you go in here and look at this. And then maybe one of these, maybe you discover that this report was written. And you say, okay, let me click my AI assistant and say, outline this. And then it's going to read this paper. So this is what the paper is, right? It's a long paper. I don't know if you can see the scroll bar here, but this is a lot of information, right? And there's a lot of citations here. So you can just engage with this now. Key concepts. Okay, I want to dive deeper into this. I want to dive deeper into that. And then the last thing I wanted to do is I wanted to show you. This was so these were my clinical notes. I just uploaded it and I said, translate these into patient-friendly, empathetic, and informative guidance in plain English. The other one that I did right here, oh, my controls are in the way, is this. I just added the output analysis, my lab test. And I pasted that into there and I said, hey, I went to the doctor yesterday and they did this test on me. Can you explain to me what this means in normal language? And it broke it down to me in normal language. So there you go. I think that's all I got for you, Greg.
Well, I don't think that's all you've got for us, Scott. This was really well done. And maybe we just take a step back. I have one question. I welcome many more if you have them, because we certainly haven't even scratched the surface of Scott's capabilities. Thank you for pulling that together and sharing some of the advancements that are going on in healthcare around this group that's on the call today. When you were sharing your screen, you were sharing chat 5. For those of us that are novices that are on the call, do you have a subscription? Do you buy chat? You said you use chat GPT. There are a variety of options out there. For somebody that just wants to kind of get their feet dirty a little bit with chat, what do you recommend? Where do you start?
So the single most powerful AI on the planet right now costs $20 a month. So that's ChatGPT, and that's a plus subscription. You can absolutely use the free version, but it's going to be limited on some of its functionality. The $20 a month version allows you to use the video camera on your phone to look at things and describe what you're seeing. It allows you to analyze images. It does deep research reports. It is the single most powerful computing tool you can ever have in your hands for $20 a month. There is a version that's $200 a month, and that just expands the capabilities far beyond what 99.9% of people would use it for. I use it a little bit, so I have the bigger plan because I exceed, because I'm in it hours and hours and hours a day. This is all I do right now for essentially the last 3 years as I just explore this technology.
Well, I can say for my business, we integrated chat. We've been working with AI solutions for about the past 5 years, but really integrated it about 18 months ago. And it has only become more and more central to the work that we do, whether it's analyzing, whether it's research building. I write a lot. I use it as a support to my writing. Scott's helped me write a book that using chat, not to write the book for me, but as a tool. And Scott, you helped me unpack that, right? Because I was dealing with some disruption between, like, if I'm using chat, should I disclose that in the text? And so those of you who have an idea for a book, you can build a chat process that helps you think through the questions, think through formulating an outline. And then once you
That's
do
right.
the work and build the outline, you can put it back into chat to begin the dialogue or continue the questions and answers. What have I not looked at? What do I need to include? And so it actually makes your work more robust, and it's not doing the work for you. You're still the central element of the conversation if you use it correctly.
Yeah, I listen, I believe its greatest strength is as a collaborator. That is its greatest strength. Yes, lazy people will say, write me a report about this. And it's going to be bland and it's going to be boring and it's going to be what everybody else talks about. But if you can if you have a conversation with it and you help it to unpack your ideas and ask deeper questions and dive deeper on your ideas, it can keep those thoughts organized. So you can go through the process of writing the book. Well, now I'm going to do this. And a lot of times what it'll do is it'll say, hey, would you like to expand on this? And you'll say, oh, that is an interesting thing to expand on. Maybe we will unpack that a little bit. Yeah. So I see we had a question here. Did we want to address this?
Yeah, I was going to pivot to that. So I want to get that
Okay.
first out of control. I think the question is, and thank you for your comment or question. First off, complimenting, which I think it's obvious. This was a great lecture, Scott. AI in medicine has incredible applications. You and all of us understand that it cannot replace a doctor and it needs to be an adjunct. The person who shared this worry is that people with less knowledge, like bureaucrats or legislators or insurance companies, will decide that this can replace medical professionals. How do we go about making sure that that is not a future issue?
Yeah. So what I can say is that the thought leaders in AI right now, um, the 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 current environment is that they're being invited into all of these conversations. Their their goal when Sam Altman released ChatGPT in the world, he specifically did it to democratize information across the globe. Like he did it so that corporations can't control it. And that's where you run into the challenges is where a corporation is going to control this technology and hold it. But as you start doing your research, you're going to realize it is not replacing doctors because it is not smart. You have to ask it what you want it to do. But what it's doing is it's amplifying the ideas and the research that really, really smart professionals and scientists and 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 just on the leading edge of medicine. So here's an example. Google's DeepMind has an AI that's called AlphaFold. AlphaFold has mapped, I believe, the entire human genome, all the MRAs, mRNAs, every single protein in the human body. So scientists already have access to this, but when AlphaFold came out, it was able to run simulations to create and fold proteins to cure cancers, to come up with new antibiotics and new drugs. And what the scientists said is AlphaFold was able to do in 3 weeks what it would have taken 100 scientists 1,000 years to run those experiments. So the AI didn't come up with it. The AI isn't the thing that's figuring out, hey, I'm going to solve all these world's problems. It's everybody that says, I want to make the world a better place. How do I do it? AI is just a thing that amplifies your intelligence and your thought process around it. I feel fairly confident. Politics are politics. Oh, that was what I was going to say. So AlphaFold, that technology, Google made that available for free. You can go and download that today and figure out how to use that in your practice. Like they made it available for free on the internet. Anybody can download that technology and use it. So these are the ways that the leaders, the people that are creating the AI, they really most of them truly believe that this is going to remove the bureaucracy and the politicians, that they can't harness this information and control how people use it. And so if you pay really, really close attention, not even really close attention, you just like, I recommend you listen to Sam Altman and some of the things that he talks about. Um, like, these guys release this technology because they believe that it's going to elevate the human race and democratize information and give people access to the same information that everybody has. Because I think where people suffer is where corporations put information and knowledge behind paywalls, and you have to go to you have to pay this money to get access to this education about this particular thing. um, Now a kid in, I don't know, Nairobi on a cell phone can have access to Harvard level classes and learn them while he's herding goats. That's not a joke. That's a legitimate thing, that they have access to that kind of information. And you're finding universities like Harvard especially is allowing their information to be used in training AI models so that it has that information, so that the world has access to it. So it's a really good and real concern. But what I'm recognizing, and listen, I think AI can be, there are always people that are going to say, well, it can be used for evil. Okay, but I think nefarious people are always going to try to figure out how to do nefarious things. But I think that this amplifies and empowers good people trying to do good things. And I think ultimately humanity at its core, and especially the creators of these technologies, their goal is to elevate humanity and not create division with it, but create equality and allow people to have access to it. And I think ultimately that wins.
Yeah. Scott, I appreciate it. I know we are close. I want to see if you can show us quickly using your chat, maybe a very kind of rudimentary application. But physicians, when you took your chart and you put it in, obviously there is the disclaimer that goes underneath there that this is not replacing physicians and there could be errors. But one of the kind of entry level applications that I hear a lot of folks using is using chat to speed up writing that complex email or overcoming white page syndrome. And is there any quick tips or tricks, or if anybody in the audience has a particular use case they want to explore while we've got Scott's great capacity here live, please shoot a question or an application or a use case. But maybe we start with something very, very simple in the next few minutes and respond to, I'm sitting here thinking about responding to a complex email. How would I begin to use chat to support that?
Well, I don't know if I have a complex email. Let me see if I can find one. Um, but
Well, I could.
literally what you would do is you would take you would take an email, or you would take any information at all, and kind of what I showed with this, right? So you could take this information from like this report. So assume this is an email, and you can say, I received this in an email from a patient. Now, let's say a peer today. Help me understand what they might be expecting me to see in this uh in this email, and then you're pasting the email in there.
And so, what I think the key takeaway for the audience here is the way Scott crafts his prompt is very much as a question in a conversation. And I think
Yes,
maybe the way that you build those prompts has exponentially improved the way that I interact with chat.
it's very natural language. So what I always tell it is, I say treat it like an adult but talk to it like a child. It you're just going to ask it questions. assume when you're talking to it that the single most expert in the topic that you want to discuss is sitting at the table across from you, and just have a normal conversation with them. Hey, I hear you're an expert in this. I would love to learn more. And then just start the conversation. So here is an example of here's what your peer's email is likely signaling that they might be expecting you to take away. So they're spotlighting machine learning in medicine. And so I might say, I respectfully disagree with this. Please craft an email that will relay this, but not in a mean or aggressive way. So I'm saying, thanks for sending this over. I really appreciate your perspective on machine learning, clinical medicine. You've highlighted some important parts about the promise. That said, I see things a bit differently. While I agree that the data governance and patient privacy are critical, I'm not convinced that the answer is necessarily more regulation or an overhaul of HIPAA. So I think that was a really good example, don't you, Greg?
Yeah, I think so. And we
I
are,
think we kind of nailed it.
we kind of nailed it. And maybe I don't want to get into the debate of overhauling HIPAA and that with this audience today, but the idea that you can take a really complex topic, you can ask it to break it down. I didn't have you do the TLDR trick, which is too long, didn't read, and it will further compress that information that your friend may have sent you. One
Yes.
comment that did come up: my daughter works for a medical device company and taught me this, which I think is a great comment. As a surgeon, AI will not take your job, but a surgeon who uses AI effectively may. So I want to maybe wrap up with that. Scott, if you have any parting words, I know we're a few minutes over, but certainly appreciate the context. Anyone else has a question, Scott Chang, you can reach out to him online. He's on LinkedIn. Please do contact and connect with him. He has been a critical piece of many businesses growing more comfortable with AI, certainly made me and my team more efficient. But Scott, any parting words?
Yeah, that exact phrase, customized to every industry, I've been hearing for the last 2 years, and I would agree with it. I would agree if you're see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil, I'm not going to pay attention to this AI thing. It's a fad. That's not the way to approach this. This is going to fundamentally change all of humanity in very deep and impactful ways. And I think you're absolutely correct. But I don't think the answer is or. I think it's and. I think AI allows us to be more human. I think it amplifies our humanity. And the things that patients really want is that personal care and that empathy and that attention. And this kind of technology allows us to spend more time on that, which is really helping humans feel better about what they're doing. So I think it helps us be more human in what we do. And I think that's the most important thing that this technology will do. I don't think it replaces humanity. I think it makes us more human, and it emphasizes the human engagement and touch and relationships. It gives us more time to focus on those things.
Well, Scott, well said. Thank you very much for your time this
Of course.
morning. It has been awesome. I encourage the audience to reach out and continue the dialogue. Thank you, Scott. And we will transition now to the final speaker, one that I am very excited about sharing with you. Dr. Nora Perkins is someone that I've first interacted with in a previous role when I was working in the ENT space. I've seen her not only continue to grow and educate others, but I've seen Dr. Perkins internationally influence folks. I spent about 3 years working in the Western European market, And Dr. Perkins was one of the folks that we reached out to try to share the knowledge that she built in the ENT space with folks across the pond. So I'm very pleased to introduce, and I'm doing a poor job of sharing enough accolades, but my friend and an excellent ENT, Dr. Nora Perkins. I know you have a presentation. Do you want me to share, or do you have it, and do you want to share your screen?
So I have it, but if you share, that might be amazing.
Okay, and if you'll just
if
let
not,
me know.
I can do it. I could probably figure it out.
No,
But,
I'll get it up for you right now, and if you'll just let me know when to change the
Sure.
page.
Sure.
But yeah, go
So-
ahead, Dr. Perkins.
Oh, okay, great. So thanks so much, Greg, for having me, and thank you to the Aocoo for having me come and speak with you all today. What I want to talk about today are the best practices for incorporating APPs into practice. And hopefully on your screen is the slideshow that I prepared, but please disregard the room full of dogs behind me. Greg will know from almost every call that I'm on, there's always a room full of dogs behind.
I can't tell, Mackenzie, is that on my side or is everyone?
Behind me. I am a consultant for.
Dr.
Greg, I don't
Perkins, it's
think
a
it's
little bit
moving.
choppy. We lost you for a second.
Oh no. Okay.
Now I think we
I-
have you back. The one dog was not moving, and now it's moving again. So we've got you back.
All right.
Your
Perfect.
screen is up and you're going. So great.
Amazing. Move forward to the next slide, please. So I don't have any relevant disclosures for this talk. I'm a consultant for Stryker and for Aaron Medical, but we won't be talking about any of that today. So we can move forward to our next slide, our learning objectives. So today, the real objectives of this talk are to talk about incorporating APPs into your practice. I'm in a private practice. However, this really could apply to any type of practice setting. We're going to talk about the specifics of recruitment and hiring, compensation models, training methods, and then defining roles in your practice for success. And then also kind of talking about where things might fall apart and how we could avoid that. So we can move forward to the next slide. I'm sure all of you have seen lots of reports about how we really already kind of have a physician shortage, but this is really only expected to get worse and worse. On the right side of the slide here, we have this data that's from the AAO workforce survey that really just shows that there is certainly an increasing interest in adding APPs into the practice across practice types, right? So this is something that kind of actually piggybacks off of what Scott was talking about. This isn't going anywhere like AI. This isn't something that really is necessarily going to supplant your practice or your job, but it's really something that can be very supportive. And you know, if you're a physician who is utilizing APPs in your practice, you may actually take the job of the physician who is not. So we can move forward to the next slide. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about my practice. So I'm one of the physicians at Albany ENT and Allergy in the upstate New York, Albany region. As you see here, this is our mission statement. And I think the points that I want to highlight here, our goal, right? Our mission is to provide the highest quality of care for our patients in our community. And really, we want our team to be clinical experts. We want to collaborate across multiple areas of expertise to allow us to seamlessly, comprehensively serve our patients, right? So that's our practice goal. And I'm sure like many of you, upstate New York is not exactly like the metropolis where, you know, physicians are just vying to come here, right? It's not a metropolitan New York City, Boston. It's not necessarily nice weather. So physician recruitment can be a challenge. This is our main practice location in Albany. One of the things that I want to highlight here, we have 12 physicians in our group. We have 22 physician assistants or APPs. They all happen to be physician assistants, and we can talk about that later, specifically why we choose that. We have 12 audiologists, I think 4 now hearing instrument specialists, 1 speech language pathologist, 2 CT techs, and about 14 allergy nurses. In this location, we do have, you see on the bottom left, we have a walk-in ENT urgent care. So that's something that we'll talk about a little bit later on. It's not really certified as an urgent care, meaning in New York, you have to have extended hours, evenings, weekends, things like that. But really for us, it just allows our community to have same day urgent access to excellent quality ENT care. So we can move forward to the next slide. Our second location in Clifton Park shares many of the same offerings as the primary location. It does not have urgent care. We can move on to the third slide. And the practice is continuing to grow. We are opening an office a little farther north in Saratoga Springs that should be opening next summer. That is actually going to have an urgent care. So again, speaks to how successful that's really been in our primary location. That as we've continued to grow, we found this to be a really excellent offering and something that really works well, particularly when collaborating with APPs. So we can move forward to our next slide. Okay, so this always comes up, again, very much like AI, right? Are APPs in ENT practice, is this a threat or is this an opportunity? And I would say you can click through, I think 3 clicks to just get these. Yeah, exactly. It is an excellent way to be able to extend our physician capacity, right? This is a way for patients to be able to get in to see an expert in ENT, not necessarily a physician, but somebody with excellent training, care, guidelines, capabilities, right? It enhances patient access. So the wait to see me or my partners may be months, right? And that's just not good care. And it's not something that we want for our community. So by adding APPs to our practice, we now have really, really expanded patient access. Same day visits are not a problem. Next day availability. Patients aren't having to wait weeks or months to see specialists. And the other thing that it's doing in a private practice, we have a lot of ancillary services. So you saw from those prior slides, we have a full audiology suite, we have a CT scanner, we have a very large allergy department. We've got about 4,000 patients on allergy immunotherapy. And so adding additional providers to our provider total really increases the use of those ancillaries. And those ancillaries obviously are giving patients excellent care, but they're also really great sources of revenue for the practice. So we can move forward again here. Okay. So recruitment and hiring strategies, right? This always comes up in discussions. You know, what makes more sense? Does it make more sense to hire somebody who is fresh out of training, brand new graduate, or somebody who is already an experienced APP, right? Either whether or not they're experienced in ENT specific training or come from primary care or ER or urgent care or something that, you know, might complement ENT care. And I will tell you, in our practice, I sort of have a few groups here of people. All of the physician assistants on the top were people who came to us with prior experience, either from, I think we've got primary care, cardiology, and then also urgent care ER in that group. They're amazing. They're excellent. They provide excellent patient care. Their prior clinical experience is really helpful. But then in the lower box here, we have physician assistants who joined us right out of school. So they were new grads, and I will say they also provide excellent care. The big difference I see between these two groups, the training, we'll go over our training pathway shortly, but the training is not terribly different between the two groups as far as the way that we train people. I think the only difference that I see is in the group of new graduates. They are also learning not only ENT specifically, but they're learning how to practice, right? So, you know, sometimes they may be younger. So patients may sort of have some biases with regards to seeing them or may not necessarily feel as confident in what they're saying. So there's that's a little bit of a hurdle for a new provider in any situation, whether or not they're a physician or an APP. But I will say the benefit is they're sort of fresh, meaning that they're not coming in with preconceived ideas or practices or things maybe that don't align with your practice. Whereas, and somebody who's already experienced may have some challenges sort of adapting to your kind of how we do things locally. So benefits to both groups, but I think that in speaking with other physicians, there's often this concern of finding somebody who's already had ENT training. And I will tell you, in hiring and onboarding a lot of APPs, that really isn't that's not critical at all. The more critical thing, actually go back a little bit, Greg, I'm sorry. The more critical thing is the personality. It's in that interview, is this person going to fit the culture of your practice? That is literally the most important thing that we look for when interviewing patients, or excuse me, when interviewing APPs. And ways we find them, we do put up traditional job postings. I would say an excellent source are referrals from your other APPs. So, like us, they have professional organizations. So they may be at conferences, especially local conferences, and speaking with other APPs. That's an excellent place for recruitment, because if the APPs who work in your practice are happy, fulfilled, feel that they're well compensated, treated well, they will be, kind of like your patients who are happy, right? They're going to be your best advertisement. The other thing that I will say is we are involved in APP training programs. So students, both from nurse practitioner programs as well as physician assistant programs, rotate through our practice. And so that can be a really excellent way to recruit people. It's also a really excellent way to establish relationships with the community, meaning if that person says is going to go into primary care, they know your practice, they know you, they know what you treat, and they're now comfortable referring patients to you. So I would definitely encourage everyone to be a practice site where you do have training of APPs. The last thing that we'll go back to, just hiring challenges, right? If you had one bad experience, it can sort of be real off-putting, and you might say, okay, that's it. APPs didn't work in our practice. I would definitely say, don't let that one bad experience prevent you from trying this again, but there may be some changes that you need to do as far as choosing the right person and also onboarding them. And then there's always concern about, one of the benefits of being an APP is they do have mobility between specialties. So there's the concern of training somebody and then they leave. And again, I would say, as long as they're feeling well compensated, fulfilled in their practice, treated well, I think that risk is relatively low. So we can move on to the next slide. Okay, compensation models. So options as far as compensation, obviously straight salary is an option. And then traditionally you would have salary plus some type of productivity-based bonus or something like that. So at Albany ENT, we have had an evolution. We initially started with straight salary, and then we had bonuses that were kind of initially holiday bonuses, and they weren't really based on any kind of measurable outcomes. We as a practice didn't really feel super comfortable with basing bonuses off of collections, because it felt a little bit like that could incentivize, sort of just ramping up collections. So we weren't really comfortable with that. And then we switched to just just salary alone, because we didn't really have a good metric for the bonus, and it just sort of felt haphazard. Now we have switched to a salary with a very structured key performance index based model for bonusing. So I'll go over that shortly. But you can also do percentage of collections. That is certainly a reasonable way to do a salary plus bonus. You could just do a flat bonus of, you get X dollars if you meet whatever, your goals or metrics are. We can move to the next slide here. So this is a little example of our bonus program at Albany ENT and Allergy. It is incredibly transparent, and that is purposeful, right? The bonus program is quarterly. So in our practice, there's an opportunity for a $5,000 bonus every quarter. And it is based off of key performance indicators. So you can see on here, one of those is procedures per patient. Now, these aren't the number of procedures per patient. These are kind of based off of actually the physician averages. So we looked at all the physicians in our group. We looked at kind of the average of where they were as far as procedures per patient, which includes scoping, it includes, epistaxis management, serum, and all that kind of stuff. And we tried to sort of find our normative data, and then we wanted the APPs to fall within that data. We look at allergy as far as conversion rates, patients who get tested and then quote unquote convert and start getting immunotherapy, because we think that's really good care for patients. And again, we want it to sort of mirror what our physicians are doing. Audiology hearing aids, very similarly, hearing tests, conversions to hearing aids. We also have a look at office visits. And we have office visits kept because if you have 20 patients on your schedule for a day and 5 of them no show, that's kind of out of your control. But because we have the urgent care, there are opportunities to sort of like fill open spots or cancellations. So we really just want to encourage everyone to sort of be looking at ways to help out the team. And then the last one is essentially kind of a given. It's competencies. That's just the time between the encounter and the charge. So that's, again, just something where we say, this is an expectation of the practice, right? We expect you to put your billing, have your notes done, everything within 24 hours of seeing the patients. And then that's scored and they get a percentage of that $5,000 opportunity. This data is reviewed with them. So again, it's very transparent and the goals are really clear. So we can move forward to the next slide. Training and onboarding is probably one of the most rigorous parts of bringing somebody in. It's rigorous because it's obviously a concern. Whenever I speak with anybody about this, they worry, like, how am I going to have the time to train somebody? But it's also, I would say, one of the most critical things to have for a successful incorporation. So at Albany ENT, we have a very dedicated pathway. So we'll see that shortly. But there are also like fellowship programs. So this is kind of a newer thing. The Mayo Clinic in Arizona, Dartmouth, Vanderbilt, they have these 12-month APP ENT fellowships. And I've certainly seen this in the ER, for example. They have these kind of postgraduate years of being an being an ER APP fellow for that additional training. So those exist, but they're relatively new. There's also the AAO HNS just recently released their core curriculum, and this is meant for residents, but there's also ways you can take this and utilize it for APP training. And if they do the whole training, they get a certificate of completion. So we can move forward to the next slide. So this is the Albany ENT training pathway. And I think the most important thing to take from this very busy slide is that it's about 20 to 25 weeks. So that is almost 6 months, right? This is 5 to 6 months of training. So when somebody is brought on board, you can kind of see here that their first 2 to 3 months is primarily shadowing. So we are making a huge investment in training. We are paying them whatever their first year salary is. They actually, as a new APP, they're not eligible for that bonus the first 3 months of their training because they're really just shadowing. But then you'll kind of see each week there's specific competencies that we expect them to meet, right? Certain disease states that they should become familiar with, skills like cerumen removal, using a microscope, doing nasal endoscopies, et cetera. And then the second half of that is really just gradually adding patients onto a schedule. Initially, kind of like a student, you're seeing patients on somebody else's schedule, and then you're seeing patients independently, but you're presenting them to somebody. And then eventually you work your way up to a full schedule. So we can move forward again. Different resources that we provide. So we provide all the resources on the right as far as learning about disease states. And then we have not yet incorporated the Academy's core curriculum schedule, but that's something that we will likely add because I do think it's going to be an excellent resource for additional training. So we can move forward here. So for training and onboarding, I would say most important best practices, right? There needs to be collaboration between the overseeing physician and the APP. And what I mean by that is it really is, especially initially, a mentorship, right? They need to have availability and access to you, right? And they also need to be in a culture where asking questions is really encouraged. Reviewing cases is encouraged. Asking somebody to say, hey, can you just look at this? It looks funny to me. I've never seen anything like this before. You really have to have a culture where that is all encouraged in order for this to be successful. Because if you're training somebody and they are afraid to ask you a question, afraid to look silly, embarrassed to not know the answer, then that's just not going to be a situation where you have success. Credentialing is not currently required, right, for APPs to work in ENT. Maybe this will eventually be some sort of like future thing, but it is not currently. Scope of practice, certainly state dependent, but I would say more importantly, this is related to the personal physician's comfort and confidence, and then also oversight. This has been something that has been an evolution in our practice. So always we had APPs doing endoscopy, cerumen removal, management of epistaxis, et cetera. More recently, APPs have shown interest in doing oral cavity biopsies. So we've developed additional training to be able to do that. Peritonsillar abscess drainage, auricular hematoma management. And then more recently, we've had people really expressing interest in doing some things under the microscope. So we have training in place for myringotomies. We have not really moved to myringotomy in tubes. That's just our comfort level. I do think tube placement can be a little bit tricky. But we've also had incorporation of intratympanic dexamethasone injections, which has been incredibly helpful, especially with the urgent care, because we are capturing lots of sudden hearing loss. And so we are having a lot of intratympanic dexamethasone injections. We can move forward now. Okay. It is really important to clearly define the APP role in your practice. What are the expectations? Now, this can change over time. That role, those expectations may change, but having that at the onset, are they going to see new patients, follow-up patients? Are they only going to do post-ops or round on hospital patients for you? You know, are they going to assist you in the OR? So all of these things might impact whether or not the APPs in your practice are something that's an expense because they're just kind of offloading the physician and helping out, or whether or not they're a revenue center. And we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But you want to have that in mind, honestly, at the onset, right? Like, what is this going to be in my practice? Workflow wise, are they going to have an independent schedule? So they have their own schedule of new patients, follow-ups, whatever they're seeing, or is it a collaborative schedule? Are the two of you, instead of you seeing 30 patients a day, are the two of you having 45 patients on your schedule and they're kind of doing the initial work and you're just popping in? That also may evolve. If you're just bringing on your first APP, it may initially be collaborative because you're doing some training. And then as they become more confident in their skills, as you become more comfortable with them, as your patients get to know them, it may actually switch to more of an independent schedule. Again, access to a physician mentor is incredibly important. But you also need to sort of keep in mind, you need to optimize efficiency and also patient care outcomes, right? I would say, we'll talk about this more, but in our practice, 20, 21 patients a day is about the limit for the APPs. And partly because we do have a pretty holistic approach to care in our practice. And what I mean by that is we want them to be able to explore sleep. We want them to be able to sort of explore allergy, sort of hit all of the parts that might be contributing to their disease process. Somebody comes in with an itchy ear. We don't want them to just give them drops and send them out the door. We want to kind of look at, why do you have an itchy ear? Why does this happen every fall? Oh, you also get sinus infections. So really important to kind of find that balance between having an efficient practice, but also allowing them enough time to really be able to have a comprehensive, holistic practice. So we can move forward again here. Okay. Pitfalls, right? So these are the things that could limit the success of an APP program in your practice. Scope creep, I think, is kind of, again, it's like AI. It's really like a worry that a lot of people have. I'm going to be training this person to practice ENT, and then they're going to go down the road and open up an ENT practice. Again, I think this is more of a worry than a real problem. I mean, just think about what that would involve, right? Like, think about the amount of overhead and just lift to open a new practice. So I think this is probably not necessarily like a real life problem. It's just sort of like a concern that comes up often. So that's why I even mention it here. State law compliance, you just got to know in your state as far as like procedures and things like that, like what's allowed for APPs, and that may vary. So in New York, for example, it's different for nurse practitioners than it is for physician assistants. Managing patient expectations. So this is really important. And what I mean by this is everybody wants to see you, right? They love you. They think you're great. You're the only person who can remove their cerumen. But in reality, I think we're not. I mean, we're great, but we're also not the only person who can remove their cerumen. So it's really important to start to set the expectation for your patients that we're a team. I'm operating, I'm a surgeon. So there's going to be days where you don't have access to me, but guess what? Amazing news. I have a teammate and they are in the office when I'm in the OR. So you can have access to them. If you have a nosebleed, come in, they'll take care of you. They're excellent. And once they get to know those APPs, they're going to become comfortable with them. And honestly, over time, sometimes people prefer to see the APP more than me because they spend more time with them. They're a little more comprehensive, whereas I'm just kind of in and out quickly. I also think if you're starting to incorporate APPs into your practice, a really successful way to do that is to, for example, say you have an allergy patient and you usually see them every 6 months. It's reasonable to say, you're doing well. I'm going to see you in a year, but I'd like you to set up an appointment with, my coworker, Stephanie, the PA I work with, at 6 months because, we want to see how you're doing in the spring. You sometimes have a flare. So even though I am going to see you in a year, that would be like our plan together. I'm going to have you have this like interim visit with the APP. It's a nice way to get your patients comfortable with working in the APPs and also kind of normalize the idea of visits being with the APPs. As far as burnout, right? Burnout is a problem for physicians. It's a problem for APPs. So in order to retain people, you really do need to balance that efficiency. Again, could we maybe have people in our practice APPs seeing more than 20 or 21 patients? Probably. Are we going to start to kind of maybe edge on that line of burnout? Probably. So again, important to sort of find that balance. We have a lot of young young APPs who are starting families. So we're trying to kind of find the balance of allowing for a 4-day work week, trying to be really flexible with these people who, we value a lot. We value them, because we've invested all of this time in training, but also because now they're really excellent clinicians and colleagues, and we want them to continue working with us. Flip side of that, right? MD burnout. We have enough things to worry about. And so if we are now adding APP oversight to that, that can be a lot. So I mentioned we have 12 physicians, we have 22 physician assistants. That's like a 2-to-1 roughly ratio, right? Now there's days where my physician partners are operating or they're in other offices. Our main office is Albany. So I might be the only physician in the office for 10 physician assistants. Like that could happen theoretically. So that's something to consider because all of a sudden you still need to be available, right? You still have your own patients that day, but in order for this culture to work, I still need to be available. I can't say, oh, geez, figure it out. I'm not ready. I'm already behind on my own patients. So you really do need to balance that yourself because that's an important role and it's something that really can't be diminished or belittled. Long-term retention, we talked about this, the culture, the collegiality. If the culture of your practice is that APPs are less than, then it's not going to be successful. So these are all incredibly smart, capable providers. Many, I would say most of them, never were interested in going to any kind of medical school or becoming a physician. They chose this pathway probably because they wanted that ability to switch between specialties. They didn't necessarily want to have 10, 15 years of training. But so having a culture where these are your colleagues, right? You don't have the same roles, you don't have the same training, but you are still colleagues, just like you are with your nursing colleagues, right? And then also having the culture of trying to kind of find that balance between, work and life and understanding that they have families and outside commitments, really important. So we can move forward to the next slide. All right, this is kind of what I would consider the meat and potatoes, right? We talked about how do you bring these people into your practice? How do you make it successful? But then also, does this even make sense for your practice? What are the economic considerations of bringing APPs into the practice? So we're going to talk a few things now about the cost-benefit analysis. So let's move forward to the next slide. So depending on what you have defined the role for the APP in your practice to be, will sort of decide whether or not it is a practice expense or it is a revenue center. So if the role is offloading the physician, right? They're going to the hospital in the morning and they're rounding on your patients. Maybe during the day, they're seeing hospital consults. They're doing post-op visits that are in the global period, taking splints out of your septoplasties. They're doing cerumen removal. Maybe they're helping you out in the OR as an assist on two-handed cases, or two provider cases. If that's the case, that is totally fine. These are excellent things. This is going to make your quality of life better, right? And it's probably going to allow you to maybe have higher yield visits in your clinic practice. but they're not high revenue generating. So you can't, or you shouldn't, I would say, expect them to be generating huge amounts of revenue, right? Because really what they're doing is they're taking the stuff that you don't want to do because it's either a pain in the butt or it's something that doesn't really generate any revenue, and they're taking that off your plate. The other option is they have an independent schedule, right? So they are only in the office. They don't have any hospital responsibilities. They are not assisting you in the OR. They are just in your office seeing patients. Those patients are being sent for allergy testing, being started on allergy immunotherapy. They're getting hearing tests. They're appropriately getting hearing aids. They're getting appropriate imaging with your CT scanner. So they are utilizing all of these ancillaries. They're also getting appropriate ENT evaluations, which include sinus endoscopies, flexible laryngoscopies, epistaxis management, all of these things that are done in our practice day to day. And by the way, these are also happening while you're in the OR, right? So in that scenario, they are more of a revenue center because they are actually doing things that generate revenue. And this can impact your salary. So again, if they're an expense, that's fine, but you just have to sort of figure out what the salary is that makes sense in that model, and then also how are you going to bonus them? Because you're probably going to have to find metrics that are not collections based. Can move to the next slide. Okay, so at Albany ENT, right? Our APPs are a revenue center. They have independent schedules. They see all comers. So they see new patients, follow-up patients, about 20 to 21 a day. We do have our urgent care, which really is more of just a same day or walk-in access. We see about 300 patients a week through that. So it has become incredibly popular, and that is the reason why we are now including it in our next practice site. The urgent care has definitely increased access for patients. Weirdly, we get referrals, like patients are sent from the ER to our urgent care, right? An epistaxis, somebody with a foreign body in their ear. Other urgent cares, similarly, will send patients to us. Primary cares, now patients are aware of it. When we first started, we didn't even really advertise it at all. We just kind of used it for our own patients, and then we sort of let some of the local urgent cares know. And really, as soon as people were aware of it, it became very, very popular. It also drives patients into your practice. So, the patient who comes in for their 7th sinus infection probably is going to have a follow-up now that includes some imaging. Maybe they're going to get allergy testing, so it brings people into the practice. And it does, our physician assistants are utilizing our ancillary services. Like I mentioned, very holistic approach because we're trying to give them a little bit more time with each patient so that they can really explore all of the things that might be contributing to their ENT issues. And by having an additional 22 providers using our ancillaries, that is a huge increase in their utilization, and it definitely boosts the practice profitability. So again, it's working for us. We have 22 physician assistants currently. Move forward to the next slide, please. So this slide is really busy, but this is just some of the data that we look at when we're talking about some of those KPIs for measuring bonuses, and also some of the efficiencies. So again, it's just showing us, the number of patient visits per month, the number of patients who had endoscopes, the E&M level of those patients. And we can compare it to our physicians to sort of get an idea of is everyone kind of falling in the same boat? This is not so much about counting widgets as much as it is about trying to sort of get an overview of are our practice patterns aligning? Because if somebody has a really, really, really low endoscope per patient metric, that's kind of a concern, right? Because part of what we do is we look in places that other people can't see. And so part of an ENT practice is looking in the nose, looking in the larynx, right? That ear pain that's not going away, that patient should be scoped. So if somebody's kind of not falling within the range, it's a little bit of a red flag of just trying to figure out why. Oh, maybe it's because they only see pediatric patients. Okay, fair. That's really reasonable, right? Or if somebody, the opposite, right? They're falling way at the upper limit. Everybody's getting scoped. Then that's kind of a good way for us to determine that maybe we need to have some re-education. So we can move forward to the next slide. This also can help determine your need to hire additional APPs. So again, initially in our practice, we know there's going to be a significant ramp up period. So this person is not going to be profitable. It's actually similar to bringing on a new physician as well, right? There's that period where, they're kind of ramping up their schedule, getting used to practicing if they're just coming out of residency or fellowship. And then kind of this little bit of a delay as far as when they're actually generating some collections. Retention in our practice is a critical goal because we have that long training period. So this is something where we're trying to kind of determine this even during the initial interview. You know, has this person jumped from practice to practice to practice every year or so? That might not be a great fit. Or are they somebody who, you know, started out in the ER, realized that they just didn't like the nights, weekends, holidays, and are looking for a little bit more normal work hour, work-life balance kind of role? You know, they might be a better candidate, right? A good way to assess your need for either bringing on an APP or adding additional APPs is looking at wait times. So I get a report every day that tells me what the wait times are to see the physicians in the practice as well as the APPs. And if that wait time is starting to get longer and longer to even see the APPs, and people are really having to utilize the urgent care because we can't get in with our regularly scheduled visits with our physicians and APPs, that's probably an indicator that it may be time to bring somebody else on. And the opportunity cost is, again, something to consider. If your wait time is so long that patients are not seeking care because they can't get in with you, then that's a huge missed opportunity as far as bringing patients into the practice, potentially for use of your ancillaries or surgeries or whatever your practice looks like. So we can move forward to the next slide. Okay, so talking about the economic considerations, again, cost effectiveness, when you're looking at salaries, it's just important to keep in mind what the role is. Is it a practice expense because they're offloading you? Again, salary's great. You might need to make the salary a little bit higher because their bonus potential, especially if you're looking at something like collections, may not be as good, versus if they're in kind of more of a revenue center model where maybe the salary can be a little on the lower end with a little bit of a higher compensation or bonus structure to kind of encourage whatever you're trying to encourage in your practice. And we can move forward again. Okay, so key takeaways, right? I cannot stress enough. It's really important to define, honestly, before you even bring an APP into your practice, but define what the roles and responsibilities are for your practice. What do you want it to look like? You need to invest in comprehensive and continuous training and support. In situations where people have had a bad experience, it's often because they bring somebody on and just expect them to start, you know, learning ENT and then don't understand why either the provider is unhappy or their patients are unhappy or it's not working, right? So really important to have really robust training. And then even after the training, continuous support, right? I always want somebody to feel comfortable bringing something to me just to review or run it by me, or having a patient, you know, hey, I'm going to have this person follow up with you in 4 weeks because it just, something's not seeming right with whatever they're treating. Also, regularly assessing and adjusting workflows to optimize utilization. So that may be where you have that initial combined schedule or collaborative schedule. And then as the APP is becoming more confident, you're becoming more confident, your patients are getting used to this person, it may sort of transition to the independent schedule. So just something to kind of constantly keep an eye on. And then lastly, right, it's important to have appropriate governance, leadership, mentorship, because otherwise this is not a successful program. It's something that if you're not willing to invest in all of the things I talked about, especially as far as support and training, then it's probably not going to be super successful in your practice. I do see here, is there a monthly subscription that allows all in your practice administration to use it, or must you subscribe? So that's a great question. So I don't know the answer to that yet. So the Academy just released this. I think it got released in July for the residents, and then the APP part just has been released. So I don't know the answer to that yet, but I can certainly try and find out and let Greg know.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then we'll move forward. If there are any questions, Dr. Perkins, thank you for a great discussion. One of the things that really stuck out, and you and I have talked about this, is the intentionality around your training program and protocol for the advanced practice providers. And I would say anecdotally, having sat in rooms with physicians talking about the introduction of APPs, probably prior to 2020, it was very, very contentious, the idea that APPs would come in. Fast forward to 2022, 23, I think the tide has shifted where physicians are now much more open to the idea of bringing advanced practice providers in, not only to support the work that they do, but to provide even greater access to care and to frankly, not only to care for more patients, but to be a great screening tool for surgical patients, to allow a surgeon or an ophthalmologist to do what they do best, which is oftentimes the surgical requirement that is limited to your skill set and your ability. Was the group's decision to introduce APPs, were you on the front edge of that? Were you on the middle or in the back? And where do you guys see now? It seems to be integral to the success of your practice, but help the group understand that maybe.
Sure. So I joined the practice about 15 years ago, and their first APP was in the practice 25 years ago. So they already had APPs in the practice, but when I joined, I want to say we had 3. So since then we have had really, and I was the 4th physician. So we were sort of, our ratio was, 1-to-1 at that time. So the growth has really come for a few reasons. I think we found some of the ways to make it successful. Again, some of those training programs, the mentorship, the culture, if you will. But then also in our area, we just had a lot of consolidation of physician groups. So it's very rare now for us to have 1 or 2 person physician group. That really doesn't exist. And so we found that they're just, people were retiring and we weren't getting more physicians, right? So there was a huge access issue. The other thing I will say is, COVID, right? We always bring it up because it really did change a lot of things in medicine. And I will say one of the things that we found locally was it was hard for patients to get in with their primary care physician. And that's because they're overwhelmed, but it was just the culture of that sort of sick visit. It kind of went away a little bit. And so they were kind of just doing more routine annual physicals. And it was hard for patients to get in if they were having an acute problem. So that sort of worked well for us because we were starting this urgent care, but it also kind of made our practices different in that we were seeing things sooner than we might have otherwise. Meaning we were seeing patients who had allergy, who had never been on Flonase, right? They had never had any testing. They had sort of not had any initial workup. So we just really needed more providers in order to handle that sort of change as far as patients were concerned.
Yeah, access to care and capacity is certainly a thing. I would say almost every market, it seems to be that way. There was a question from the audience, and I think this is a very important one and love to hear your perspective. Can you address why physician assistant versus nurse practitioner, and or if there is a versus?
Yeah. So I'll say in our practice, I think initially when we were, 3, 4 APPs, there was the concern of scope creep. I think, again, that I'm talking 25 years ago, 20 years ago, right? There was this idea of, ooh, geez, there's this trend in New York where nurse practitioners are able to practice independently. So there was this worry about training somebody who was then going to go down the road and